Check 1 2, check 1 2. 1 2 3, 1 2 3, check. 1 2 3, check. Hello, welcome to the live stream. This is where I draw, answer any of your questions, as well as talk nonsensically with my friends who decide to stop on by and say hi. Oh, sorry, my iPad just started auto-playing for some reason. Weird. Alright, as always, I like to start the show with showing you a recap of what I sketched previously, so you know what you're in for. And I also like to thank my patrons. Thank you, patrons. Thank you, Discord members. Thank you, Twitch subscribers. Thank you, YouTube members. I've been very lucky the last couple of days. There have been people both on YouTube and Twitch who have been very generous. There have been some super chats. There have been some bit tips. People tipping in Twitch bucks. People gifting subscriptions. It's been very, very, very nice. Hey, Brator. Hey, Danky. Hello. Hey, I forgot I'm on Facebook too. Here I am thanking my Twitch friends and Discord friends and YouTube pals, and I completely forgot that I'm also live streaming on Facebook. I'm going over what I sketched the last stream. How's your day been? Oh, not so bad. I played about 30 minutes of Elden Ring before I realized, you know what? I gotta get my ass in gear. Can't have time. Can't waste time on ER Elden Ring. Not Elden Ring. I can't be wasting much time on that today. I've got art that needs doing. Also, I'm going to start making YouTube videos again. YouTube videos, TikTok videos, Instagram shorts, reels, whatever the fuck. Quick little snippet content, art tips, little breakdowns of my process, all that good stuff, as well as brush making. I made myself a few pencil packs many months ago. I started practicing and learning how to make Procreate and Photoshop brushes. And I learned a ton, and I think because it's been so long since I've done it, I think I've lost all of that. I think I completely forgot how to do every bit of that. So I've got to relearn some stuff. And go from there. If it makes you happy, it's not necessarily wasting your time. No, I know. I take great pleasure out of, that sounds so weird. I enjoy the shit out of that game, Elden Ring. It's really remarkable. You know, every now and then you come across a game that really just grabs you, just snatches you up, leaves a long-lasting impression. I'm pretty sure I had an Elden Ring dream the other day. Hey, Daryl, you playing Elden Ring? Yeah, sometimes I have these dreams where I think I either was playing Elden Ring or I was in Elden Ring. The reason I think I was playing and not in, because if I was in Elden Ring, it would be an absolute 100% nightmare. That game is horrific on many different levels. And I don't recall having a bad dream. I don't recall like screaming in my sleep. So I don't think I dreamt I was in the world. I think I dreamt I was playing the game. Okay, let's see. No, but I will, dude. I keep hearing about it. You got a PS5 or a decent gaming PC, or what do you got? because I'll be honest, man, my PC, my PC has a rough time playing Elden Ring. Yeah, it's my PC. Oof, struggles. The second I kick off Steam, the second I load up Steam and start playing Elden Ring, my computer, you could hear it groaning, sweating. Hello, Matilda. Who is this cutie in the drawing? No one in particular. No one in particular. It just started off as a doodle off the top of my head. Here, I was just playing it so you could see, but it literally just, no reference. I just kept adding and adding and adding, and at some point I even changed her facial positions. Her face was a little bit long for my taste. Just a little bit. Her face was a little on the longer side. I decided to just kind of shorten it. Just a pinch. See? You see? See how I moved her eyes down and moved them closer together, made her chin a little bit smaller? Those are my preferred facial proportions. There's nothing wrong with a longer faced gal. I know a few long faced ladies. I know a few ladies with a stronger jaw, but I do like leaning towards more anime proportions. You know, eyes a little bit larger than they would be in real life. I got a small little chubby face. You do? You got a chubby little face. PS4, but about to upgrade. I wouldn't mind a PS5 if I get my hands on one, but also I think this would be the first console that I went full digital. I don't think I would, because even my PlayStation 4, I haven't bought a game with it, like a physical copy of a game for the PS4 since Destiny. Since not even Destiny 2, since the first Destiny. I remember because I pre-ordered that because I was so hyped for it. Your boy was hyped. If I try to lose weight, the weight around my chin is the last thing I lose. It kind of sucks. I'm fine with the rest of my body, but I would like my chin to tighten up a bit. Daryl, I did hear if you buy, there's a couple of games that if you buy them on PS4, they allow for free upgrades to PS5. I believe Elden Ring is one of those games. If you purchase it for the 4 and you eventually buy a 5, you're good to go. You know how there's some people who have surprisingly slim faces in comparison, whether or not they're a bit chubby? Yes. Yeah, it's very deceptive. I have been deceived. I have been deceived. There are girls who've appeared to be very thin in the face. Only in real life they got a lot of weight under that head. So yes, some people do have like skinny little heads, and like they don't get the double chin and all that, or at least not comparatively to their body size. My face is just, because my head and face is so small, the fat just kind of clings to my chin. I like how you're just like, yeah, I got a fat chin. Oh wow, YouTube has added a clipping option to my video. Well, that's fun. YouTube is weird in that Twitch anyone on Twitch can clip whatever at any time, but only certain YouTube videos can be clipped. Kind of weird, right? There's just sometimes it annoys me when I see myself from some angles. Oh yeah. Yeah, nothing worse than having somebody take a picture of you, and they don't mean to be like offensive or like rude, but you know, they just take a picture of you at a party. And then sure enough, somebody wrote what? Somebody wrote a weird comment on one of my YouTube videos. I just got a notification for it. Same with my body. Do people take weird photos of your body? Toxic? I'm looking up Elden Ring fan art for some reason. Not for some reason, it's because the game is awesome. Okay. All right. Enough Elden Ring. I'm literally looking at here. I mean, I'll show you guys. I've literally got Elden Ring and like fantasy style stuff. Some of this stuff is whack. Some of the stuff is dope. But yes.
Let's give you some company.
What's up, buddy? So when are you playing Elden Ring?
Is it Monday? Is it Monday today? What day is today?
Today is Thursday. Wow, fuck. That came quick.
That's no good.
No, not at all. What's the word over there?
Oh, just working, man. You know, it's nonstop now. It's multiple hats all at the same time.
Shit, man.
Thank you, by the way, for all the help that you've provided. This is it's invaluable. So I appreciate it very much.
Well, I gotta get to you this Monday's stuff.
Yeah, they kind of put it on pause just for a second because they're trying to analyze what the data that they got on launch, but it shouldn't stop you from continuing to upload, right?
Yeah, no.
We're just gonna keep going. They're gonna say when they're gonna give us the green light, but we're just gonna keep going because heaven forbid, you know.
I mean, if anything, we just leave them in drafts.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Listen to you.
Hey, Bales here. Matilda says, it's just that sometimes this may be my own warped reality because it's my own body. When I look at pictures or in the mirror, I feel that my head should be larger to fit my body better. So I feel that I look bigger than I am in comparison to my face. Is Matilda saying that she's got a baby head and a big body?
It sounds like. Let's confirm. And by the way, I have a pesky cough that refuses to go away. So.
Oh, listen,
I don't know what it is, but I'm going to deny the idea that it's COVID. So therefore, it shouldn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah, but I will say I do like that you don't care enough to see.
Mm-hmm.
Because
for sure.
I would be curious for myself. Not that I'd be like.
Now, where is that curiosity coming from? Is it just because you want to know, or what's the deal?
Yeah, kind of like if if you got like strep throat or the flu,
Yeah.
just for my own clarity.
I don't go that deep. My curiosity.
It's like, yeah,
No, my curiosity stays at the water's edge.
It's like, yeah, what is this? Chicken pox? It's scabies.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of nasty bumps on my skin. I wonder if this is serious.
Well, one time I did have the secondary form of chicken pox.
What's that? Shingles.
Shingles, yes.
Yeah.
But I got that
now,
I got that when I was like 30.
Yeah, what'd that look like for you?
Well, it felt like somebody was taking a toothpick to my arm sporadically. And then I had a small rash in my arm. I was like, what the fuck is happening? Like it didn't go away. So I went to like a urgent care, and I was like, hey, look at this. He's like, oh, it looks like a little bit of a rash. And I'm like, oh, but also it feels like somebody is randomly picking a point in my arm and poking it hard with like a needle or a toothpick. He's like, and then he like backed off. He's like, oh, you've got shingles. It's like, oh,
he backed up.
Yeah, because it's contagious.
Oh, is it really?
I believe it is. I believe it is contagious like chicken pox. And I think he was surprised, but also he was a little older, so he was definitely in the I don't want to get shingles because it's gonna fuck me up.
The protected category.
Yeah. Man, do you remember Tenchu? That was my game, says Daryl. Could be a stress cough. My cousin had that for a few good months. Stress cough. What does that mean? Like just brought by anxiety. I have dealt with anxiety-based physiological manifestations before, which sounds weird and sounds like frou-frou and ridiculous, but it's true. Yeah, no, I've had I went as far as getting a CAT scan done on me once.
Because something was happening.
Because something was happening, and I think it was literally just my own anxiety bringing about illness.
I see.
So yeah.
All right, but for now, I'm gonna go with stress cough because that sounds awesome.
Stress cough.
I'll take stress cough for 5,000 now.
I hope it's just a lingering cough because that happens. I remember a handful of years ago I got the flu, and this was really the roughest time I had gotten the flu in my adult life, and it was so bad. Since then, every year I've been going to get the flu shot, except for this year I forgot because of the. You know what, man? I went and I got the COVID, the like secondary COVID shot, and I'm like, you know what? I'm good. I know it's not the same. I was like, you know what, fucking, I'm good with mandated shots for this year. But no, every year just about I've been going to get flu shots because this one year I was sick with the flu for no less than 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
I'm like strong
lingered
symptoms.
that bad.
Yeah. Like it just would not. No, luckily it never progressed further than that. Because man, I've had friends who, with the flu, they've tried to take care of themselves, and they do, and it doesn't help, and it gets worse, and then they end up getting pneumonia, or I think double pneumonia is the thing, when you get it in both lungs, and at that point, I knew one person, again in his 30s, dude ended up in the hospital because the flu just went to pneumonia, and then I think pneumonia, double pneumonia, so I think he had it in both lungs. And they had to admit him because it was getting that dicey. So, yes.
Thanks, Mike.
But it's just a cough,
paranoid,
right?
No.
Right? You don't have any other symptoms, right? Fever.
That's how it always starts.
Breathing? Breathing's a big one. Like
what do you mean? Like if I can't breathe?
Well, no, not just the ability to breathe, but the oxygenation of your blood I picked up an
Oh yeah,
oximeter.
no, I ran like 2.5 miles yesterday. I'm okay.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that's fine. Who cares? You're fine.
You cared less all of a sudden. You're like,
Yeah,
you ran.
yeah, it's fine.
Whatever. You got me worried for a second. You ran miles. You're fine.
Yeah. If you catch COVID in the UK, you're told not to isolate. With COVID, you're
Okay.
told to do the opposite of isolation. Surround yourself with others.
Chicken pox.
With COVID, one time I had it, it came with a ton of mouth ulcers. Oh, whoa.
COVID did?
Well, you know what? There are so many different iterations now, and the symptoms.
Mouth ulcers.
You know,
Mouth COVID.
But like, yeah, some people some people like lost all sense of taste and smell for a while. So unfortunately, there was a group of people who didn't get it back, which is a bummer. And then there were all sorts of other plethora of disease parts of the disease where it's like, you know, COVID OG gave you some of this, and then the Omnicom drop gave you something else. And then you know, Delta variant had its own thing. They're like, you know, they're like collector's cards.
I think I'm okay. I think I'm all right.
Yeah,
you're doing okay.
You're fine.
Doing all right over here. I got a book to finish. I can't die right now.
Yeah, no, it's too much on your plate.
I can't have the inconvenience of death right now, is what I'm saying.
Get out of here, death. Man, how often do you think of death and your own mortality? Do you think about that a lot?
Me?
Yeah.
A lot recently. Excuse me.
Yeah, no, the other day I was driving past a cemetery. And I just, you know,
that's prompted by something, right? Like you drove by a place that made you think of death. Literally
I know, but like
a place of resting.
The cemetery is like a few blocks away. So I passed the same cemetery.
I see. Okay.
I mean, countless times. I'm pretty sure my aunt is there. One of my aunts, not 100% sure. And then yeah, it just hit me like a ton of bricks. It's like, oh, that's where you're going to be in either maybe not necessarily that one or one very similar to it for eternity. That's coming.
Are you gonna be in a box? You think?
I don't know, but you know, that being on the horizon, it was just a thought. It was just a lingering thought, and it just hung over my head for the rest of the day.
Huh.
Yeah. Weird, right?
No, not really. Not really. I mean, it's like, not to say that you're anywhere near death's door, but certainly the march has been continuing, right?
Yes.
So it's weird how it's weird how the longer you go on, the more you allow certain thoughts to go into your head. For instance, right now, my son has no concept of death. You know?
No.
Like what he's thinking about is, hey, my tractor toy is missing a tire or something. You know.
Right.
But the longer you go on, you start having like, I wonder if I'm trending in the right direction as far as my life choices, or you know, the current course of my life. I wonder if this is going on okay. You know.
Right.
I think it's pretty normal.
Yeah. Yeah. I think in my 20s and teens, I just lived my life as if it would be like that forever.
Right.
And carried on as such. Wait till you hit 40. It's all people talk about, like you automatically have one foot in the grave. Go to the doctor and they stop caring after 40. They just say, meh, that's part of being over 40. I spent several weeks in the hospital at the age of 21. I had a bleed out one day, and while being rushed to surgery, they told me that I'd probably die. What do you mean? You had a bleed out? What happened to you? When I was a kid, I spent a few days in the hospital because I had asthma, and my breathing was really bad, really bad. So I had to be on not the ventilator, but not on the ventilator, but I had to be on a nebulizer for many hours of the day until my breathing, till my oxygen level was back up to normal. Ulcerative colitis, and it was healing. What is ulcerative colitis? I don't know what that is.
Forgive me, I pressed the wrong button.
That's all right. No, I meant it. It wasn't healing. Oh, ulcerative colitis, and it wasn't healing. Autoimmune disease of the large intestine. Tiny little ulcers, lots of them. Shit. Wow, and it got so bad you had to go to the hospital and you're bleeding from the inside, and they're like, "Oh, it's not looking good." Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this is looking pretty. This is looking pretty bad. So, shit. Hello to Canetti. Matilda says, I understand that curiosity. Says Matilda. Yeah, it got pretty bad. Damn. Do you still have it? Is that something that you can get better from, or is that just something because it's an autoimmune disease? It's always there, and it's either it's exacerbated by some things, or Hey Eric, did John Moore tell you that he's also playing Elden Ring?
You guys are wasting the remaining air that we have on this planet.
That's right.
Oh, is this microphone on?
Speaking of being healthy, my blood work results came back sparkling and my vitamin D levels are at 82. Is that good? They've changed the diagnosis to Crohn's, which is the same thing except that affects all of the intestine, just not the large. There's no cure for it. A true bummer. Yeah, sorry about that. Weird how that works too. Sometimes you just get dealt a bad hand. Oh, John Moore plays Elden Ring different from the way I play it.
In what way?
So I'm pretty task driven. So primarily, I mean, my friend Earthbound plays it a ton. He's 100 plus hours in at this point, and the way he plays it is he likes to tackle the story. So he progresses the game through the various missions given to you by the NPCs and the overarching quest of the story for you to become the Elden Lord. So he's doing side quests, he's doing main quests, and that's how he levels up and progresses. I like to the pursuit that made me extend as far into the game as I have is almost just the sole pursuit of attaining a high level in the game. So I want the strongest weapons. I want the highest stats. I want, the best talismans, all that shit. So, so when it comes to that kind of thing, that's what's propelled my character's progression throughout the game. The pursuit of more.
So how is that different from what more does?
So John just puts on music. He puts his headphones on. He puts music on. He like, I'm assuming he lowers the in-game music and pumps his own music. He's got this like creepy instrumental nightmare music that he likes to listen to. Called Lustmord.
Okay.
I think is the name of it. And yeah, he puts that on. He just traverses the very vast map of Elden Ring. Hey, what's up, Earthbound? My gaming buddy. The recommended levels are 50 to 55 for adults. Around 100 is optimal for athletes. Bale's talking about vitamin D. Oh, Latenna? Who's Latenna? I have a problem keeping track of all the quests in Elden Ring, although I haven't played it with the last couple updates. I heard there are some changes. Yeah, they've been changing the game to optimize it. Get rid of some bugs, patch some things. Oh, I thought that's who you're drawing. No, I'm just drawing a random character. She also has white hair and a bow. Oh, nice. No, I'm not doing that. Oh, so Earthbound, I got up to the crumbling. What's it crumbling? It was not a crumbling Azor. Akrom? Whatever it's called. That area of the map. Crumbling Farm, Missoula. There it is. Thank you.
Excuse me. Keep forgetting to press the what do you call it?
Oh, you muted yourself?
The mute button.
Oh, yes. I did not hear it.
I'm
no.
getting questions from work and
How's work?
As I said, this lingering cough is really annoying.
Is there anything you're doing to manage it? The cough?
Sitting here and grunting to resist it. Does that count for anything?
Oh man, I figured maybe there was some tea that was being had.
No, I'm just sitting here, just kind of like trying not to let it out, like feelings and emotions,
Yeah, just you bury them deep.
That's it. Trying to grunt it down.
Yeah, so Earthbound, I was talking about the way you've tackled the game is actually, it's very earnest. Earthbound, mostly traversing Elden Ring on his own, discovering things for himself, pursuing quests that he was sent on. Me, I'm like, yo, I wanna be able to cause as much damage as possible for the kind of character that I built. So I want the equipment to build the strongest weapons, cheese if necessary. And I also want to. I don't want to be able to one-shot a boss, but I want more than a fighting chance against some bosses. I did have to cheese last night. To get the new, to unlock the new summon spell. Summoning spells are in a boss battle. You are able to summon a spirit to help you, and it's another AI. It's kind of like you could summon a personal NPC that doesn't talk or anything, that just does damage. Some people use them as damage sponsors. Other people use them mainly to aggro. And then the really good summoning spells don't provide just damage punching and gaining the enemy's aggro. They also do a significant amount of damage to the boss. Now, the Mimic summoning spell was by far and away the best summoning spell in the entire game. The Mimic spell, what it did was a copied you. So kind of this duplicate of you would walk into the boss and fight it. So it would be 2 versus 1. And the AI on it was impeccable. The AI on it was... the Mimic summoning spell would actually sometimes outdo the damage that you were doing. So like not only would it help you, it would significantly help you. There were people who, upon using the Mimic spell, summoning spell, were beating bosses. Were beating Melena, I think the hermaphrodite boss, which is basically the second to last boss in the game. They were beating her so easily. They were complaining that how easy they were beating her. Was it or no or maybe no it was that's I've got my boss mixed up. I'm thinking of the second to last boss. That's not who it was. It was Melena, the guardian of the Marquois, whatever, at the bottom of the Helligig, whatever, the Hellitree, whatever the fuck it's called. Earthbound, the boss that you were having trouble with. Apparently, the Mimic spell pre-nerf could put her on easy mode. He can't beat the combo in Redmane. What's the combo in Redmane? Earthbound says Mimic is still by far and away the best. Actually, I would have to take I would have to take umbrage with that. I would have to disagree with that. I've watched some tests done on the mimic and the damage that it does on a 150 level player. Hey Adair. The Mimic summoning spell on the Mimic summoning spell that's been upgraded to level 10 off of a 150 level player, melee bleed damage. I've watched that go up against a couple of bosses, and it was up against the Black Knife Titch, I think is what it's called. It's the summoning spell you get from beating the queen of the Black Knife Assassins, which is ridiculously fucking hard. Maybe the hardest boss I've had to face in the entire game yet, and I've beaten the Fire Giant so far. But yes, once you best her in combat, you get her Spirit Ash, and that thing does so much damage. I think it takes the crown of the best summoning spell in the game, barring any specific needs you might have for your Mimic. Eric, you still doing work stuff? Work stuff?
Yeah. Trying to give clarification while I'm filling in for somebody who's out of office at the moment. And sometimes because of context, which I don't have 100%, I don't have 100% on something, I end up asking a lot of questions that I feel sometimes is cumbersome and bothersome to, to the people asking it. So.
Oh, I see.
Forgive me, Mike.
No, not at all. Listen, you got a lot on your plate.
Oh, by the way, I've got to send out this shotgun microphone to you. I got the other one.
Oh, right.
Just that
Are you using it right now? Is this the new?
No, I'm going to test it out. I just saw that you were on. Wanted to jump on really quick before maybe I could potentially get pulled into a meeting. Say hey.
Yeah, no. Much appreciated. You know, I've been in a weird mood lately.
In what sense?
I just haven't had the urge to be social.
Where's that coming from, you think?
I don't know. I just, you know what it is? Like, I don't have the energy for it. A friend of mine asked if he could swing by earlier, just to like chit chat and hang out. And I had to be honest with him. Like, you know what, man? I'm not in the chit chat and hang out kind of mood. So,
well, it's better that you laid it out plain for him as opposed to like finding some lame excuse that, you know, you'll get tripped up with later on, right?
Yeah, no. As I get older, I've found that I don't tend to beat around the bush as much for nicety's sake, even for friends.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now let's get to the. Have you thought about why you've been sort of not antisocial, but certainly not up for social activities?
I don't know. You know, sometimes it does. Sometimes I don't mind hosting. You know, like having people over to watch The Bachelor, or having people over to watch a movie or TV. I don't mind being a host and seeing my friends. I enjoy seeing my friends. But yeah, no. Sometimes, like, the last couple of days, it's just not something that I've got any desire to do. Like, just feels like the social energy tank is on empty.
Now, have you been high on the entertaining? I mean, I want to know what sort of drained the social energy tank.
No, it's just the other day. You know, the other night we had a dinner party. Had a few couples over. Hey, hey Ray,
well,
what's
maybe
up?
It. You might just be a little.
Maybe that was it.
You know.
Maybe that just needed
a
a recharge.
Burned out from having company.
That could be it.
I mean, social butterfly as you are, I think everybody has different. Why'd you scoff at that? It was. Is it the way I said it? You know, everybody has their different recharge rates, right?
Right. Perhaps. Yeah, you're right. Perhaps that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. I wouldn't mind going to see Batman one more time.
Let's do it. You want to fly across the country and see Batman, or?
Yeah, sure. What are the movie theaters like out there? They got a nice IMAX stuff.
That would be such a kooky thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They'd be like, "Yo, Mike, you want to come and hang out and watch Batman?" Yeah, I'll be there in however many hours ever it takes me.
Yeah. Give me 6 hours plus TSA time.
TSA time.
Applying Daryl. But 40 is another 20. A new beginning of youth.
What's going on?
Oh no, just in the Facebook chat. I don't know why the
Are you streaming this on Facebook as well? You crazy person.
No, cool. But it's not streaming to my actual Facebook. It's streaming to my personal Facebook. So it's basically people that know me and like are friends of mine on Facebook can come and hang out. I'd fly.
Get out of here, friends of Mike's.
I'd fly cross country or whatever to watch a movie. Sounds fun.
I've just been in work mode, so I share a similar sentiment of, oh gosh, how would you say, just like I don't particularly care for hangout, you know?
Right.
That's because I understand there's so much to do, right? And yeah, sure, there's value in catching up with people and reconnecting, but right now I feel like I have pretty decent momentum. You know what I mean?
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
You don't know how many times I've looked at my copy. I mean, this is how long it's been, right? How many times I've looked at my copy of Assassin's Creed Black Flag and thought, today is the day, you know?
Oh, wow.
But then I will always find something else to do. Now, to be fair, I got that game way after the fact, right? But still, enough so that I'm like, that it was out, it's been out for a while. It wasn't as if I got it yesterday, but I got it relatively close. Well, no, that's a lie. Maybe a year after that game came out. And I thought, okay, this is the thing that I'm going to reward myself with. This is the game that I'm going to play. I'm going to give myself a little bit of time. I'm going to give myself some time off. But that day never came.
Shit.
It is to say that I could always find something else to do, you know?
Of course. Well, I mean, listen. If you don't do the work, no one else is.
I'm with you. I am with you.
Black Flag is a great game, says Earthbound. Oh, Earthbound, wait, what's the boss that you were fighting? The combo in Redmayne? Which one is that?
Mike,
yeah.
Issue 5? Issue 5.
Yes, Issue 5.
No, excuse me, Issue 6.
Issue 6?
Officially 52 pages long. 54, 52, one of those. And it feels so good. It's a great bow. It's a great, pretty bow that I can put on it.
Oh man, I can't wait to read that one.
But it calls back to the first issue, and that I'm having to refer to the first issue. You know what I mean?
Yes, I love that. I love cyclical storytelling. I think those are some of the best stories that come around.
Especially when they're planned, right? Especially when it's purposeful.
Right. It was the Misbegotten Warrior in Crucible Night. I don't know the Crucible. Oh man. My friend came over and is like, wow, you're playing Elden Ring? Let me see your character. So we came back here in my studio and I fired up the old Elden Ring. He's like, oh, you're a mage. And he's like, have you fought the Crucible Knight? I'm like, where the hell is that? And he's like, here, you got to go here. And I remember it being pretty early in the game. Like not early in my game. I think I was already level 100 something. But it was pretty early on, not too far from where you start. And I fired up for the Crucible Knight. And I basically just I think I just nuked him with magic. And dude, you should have seen.
So you got him pretty quickly.
You should have seen the look on my friend's face.
Why?
Because it was the first time I'd even encountered this boss. I didn't know it was a boss. Didn't know he was there, and he just watched. Because he was like, "No," he's like, "You shouldn't do this now. This is gonna take you a long time. We got to go back to to everybody else in the other room, watching." I'm like, well, let me see. And first try, I slapped the shit out of him. And he's like, dude, that took me almost 2 hours to do.
Well, you're way more advanced than they were, right?
Right. And also, being a mage, there are bosses that you can nuke with magic from afar, or there are bosses that you're just gonna have to figure out your own way of dealing with them. And I was very lucky in that I'm not a melee build, so I don't have to get up and close in that dude's face while he's swinging a giant sword at me from horseback. I can kind of put some range behind us and keep my distance and kite him and just wear him down.
Right.
That's not every boss, which is one of the reasons why I love the game, is that it's not a one size fits all, and there are many bosses. There are a few bosses that I can nuke from afar, and it's not much of a challenge. You know, the challenge is basically don't get hit, because I'll still get fucked up, because Elden Ring is a hard game. But it's basically keep your distance, fuck them up from afar. If they get in close, parry and dodge and do what you can, and repeat. But there are some bosses where they're just going to get up in your fucking face, and they're going to be too fast, and they're going to dodge every one of your magic attacks, and you're going to have to think on your feet, or get a friend, or find some way to beat this character your own way. So it's fun. Yeah, it's an excellent challenge. I don't think there is any. There might be a few builds that are very specific builds that can help you cheese every boss, but I don't think you can one-shot every boss. Even with spells like Comet Azor, and even with blood builds, you still just can't you just can't walk into a boss arena like a god. If you're not careful, they'll stomp the shit out of you. So I like it. I just realized that I can fly to Florida for $20 and I could catch a movie there. Maybe I will, says Praetor. How $20? What are you flying on, like a... Yeah, are you flying on...
Pigeon leg.
Yeah. Prop plane? Half of Comicsgate is in Florida?
Doing what?
Well, that tells me all I need to know about Comicsgate.
What does that mean?
Well, the Crucible Knights are kind of a hurdle for people early on. I mean, we got you Comet Azor super early on. You know, there are people that get Comet Azor like right out of the gate. Now, yeah. Not my preferred playstyle, but 100% works. I prefer getting in on the action more. Yeah, no, I don't... Yeah, the dodging and the parrying... to me, all that seems like a giant waste of time. Dodge, block, parry, roll, somersault, shield.
It does say something if you can do it, though, right? Like,
oh no, listen. But you know, it just reminds me of that scene from Indiana Jones, the improvised scene, where Indy just pulls a gun out and shoots that expert swordsman just right in the body, just right in the head. I don't know where he shoots him, but he shoots him with a single shot, right in the middle of all his flourishing. That's how I feel about the melee fighters that I see in Elden Ring. They're flourishing, and then I just pull out a revolver and shoot one in the head. It's like, you could do it, or you could do it this way. They are flying, sitting on someone else's lap. That's the new JetBlue budget seat. Hey, Evo. They have special flights like that out of my local airport. They're trying hard to make it Europe, which is fine with me. He shot him because Ford had been sick for a couple of days prior.
right.
That's a great story. And it, you know, it works.
It works. Absolutely.
But no, Earthbound and I have talked about this, because unfortunately there's a small group of Elden Ring diehards, or just FromSoft Dark Souls diehards who they've got a very specific way that they want to play. So
Wait. Is it more aggressive?
it's honestly it's more nonsensical to me.
Good.
But they impose harsh limitations on themselves. So they don't drop stats in health. They don't use summoning spells. They don't use magic. They consider all that.
As in they refuse to do it. Is that what you're saying?
Right. They consider all those things. And these are in-game. Like, the developers put these things in the games to assist you in playing the game. And unfortunately, some of them don't use summons, don't use magic, don't use whatever, and then complain about how hard the game is. Which is...
really? They don't complain. I thought...
Some do.
They do it to themselves for, what do you call it? For a personal challenge, right?
Yes, they do. But then they end up getting one shot and then complain about how hard.
Well, that's dumb.
Yes. Quite dumb. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a bravado thing.
Logic.
Yeah, maybe it's a... They like their punishment extra punishing. Elitists rather than diehards.
What do they hope to prove, though? You know? I
don't know. Because...
Why go through that exercise, get one shot, and then complain? Because what were you trying to prove in the first place? That's what I would ask.
Well, the weird thing is, the vast majority of players that I've seen on YouTube and Reddit, the vast majority get it. They're like, oh, this boss is hard. I'm gonna go to YouTube, see if I can find somebody who can help me, give me some kind of strategy against this boss.
Right.
And then there might be 100 comments in that YouTube video where it's like, here's a strategy that I think will help you beat this boss. And then out of the 100 comments, they're like, thank you for this, thank you. Oh man, I was able to beat this boss. My fourth attempt after watching this video. And then every now and then, like clockwork, there's a guy in there like, psh, if you can't beat this boss without a YouTube video, you shouldn't be playing this boss. It's like that kind of vibe. It's like, well, then you're like, how the fuck, how did you find this? How did you fucking find this? Like, why are you here?
Clearly, that's somebody that's looking to make trouble, right? Like, clearly, that's somebody who's like, I just want to go in here and troll people, Because to your point, like, they wouldn't be in that chat, or they wouldn't be in the comment section, right? If they weren't looking for trouble, they didn't accidentally fall into that.
Right. So it's individuals like that. They're around. They're hovering around. I won't say the majority. They're a minority of a minority, but they do exist. Earthbound's familiar with them. Earthbound says they are still stuck in the Dark Souls 1 mindset, where it was strength weapons all the way. I consider myself a diehard Souls fan, but I don't agree with those guys. Dark Souls and Elden Ring have been made with wikis and stuff in mind. That's why quest lines and stuff are so hard to follow. This
is so weird. It's just like a video game, and people are like, "Oh, you're not hardcore enough to,"
Right.
It's so odd.
It is really. I think the point that most people have when playing this game, or the feeling most people have when playing this game, is how they play does not affect how you play.
Right. As with anything.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
You can enjoy something, and I don't have to enjoy it, right?
Right.
Okay, that's amazing that you took away some level of pleasure. We can talk about it, we can disagree, we can do whatever, but at the end of the day, you walk away enjoying it, and I walked away not enjoying it. It doesn't diminish your experience,
Yeah. Yeah, no, and if you told me that you don't like Elden Ring because it's too hard for you, which actually one of my friends did tell me. He was like, I played a bunch of hours of this and it was so punishing. Yes. I couldn't do it. He's like, I'm not a Souls game guy.
Yeah.
Now, admittedly, I had to take the time to explore and level up, and I had friends like Earthbound. Earthbound showed me the ropes for a handful of hours that first day, which was very informative. If he wasn't there, it would have been, it would have been more trial and error and more YouTube videos. But I did want to learn about the game so that I could explore. But the game wants to challenge you, which is funny. The game wants you to. I think the game wants you to explore further than you should. So non-linear, because it's an open world, they know that you can visit all kinds of places that are much later stages in the game than what you're ready for. But by exploring and sorting things out and challenging yourself, you actually do find a way to level up. You can level up and uncover secrets and quest lines that aren't too difficult, and it's pretty remarkable. But yeah, you have to take those first few steps. This game is not going to hold your hand, and it's not going to take it easy on you. And I understand.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I mean, not your friend, but I've heard. I don't know if this is your friend's sentiment. So, I've heard people like when they're playing Elden Ring, their best criticism about it is that I do not, play video games just so I can get trounced for an hour and blah 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 blah, right? And I'm all like, yeah, but you bought the game, you realize that it's not for you. That's not a hurt. That's not a, that's not a flaw in the game.
Right.
Right? Like, it's made for a very specific kind of person. My friends love rock climbing. They just love it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to get good at rock climbing, it takes so much dedication, not just in like how to climb a rock, but obviously working on your body so you have a ton of upper body strength.
Yes.
Right? And if I try to climb, like, I want to climb rocks, I want to climb the side of cliffs or whatever, and I fail at it. I don't blame the exercise. I don't blame the sport. Why is this sport not accessible to a guy like me when I would love to climb rocks? It's like, dummy, you need to either work on it or it's just not made for you.
Yes.
It should not cater to your inability to deal with that situation. I don't understand people's attitudes towards like it must be made for everybody. I don't understand that.
Yeah, no, me neither.
That's just so like, I don't know, man. For a bunch of people who scream about, I don't know. It's just, I think it's really stupid to assume that everything should be made for everyone. It's clearly not,
Right. And yeah, no, it is fine. There are plenty of things that are not made for me that I don't partake in.
Yeah, sure.
Because we're all different. Like so.
Yeah, but it's just the defense that makes me laugh, which is like, I don't play video games just so I can grind and blah, blah, blah. And you're like, but that's what's that based on what you've heard, this is what that game does, right?
Yeah.
You know that, right? So it's not as if it was some random game that you picked out of like in a tub somewhere. You knew going in, that's what this game does. So it's a weird criticism, right?
It is like,
I know what a steak is, but I don't eat I didn't want to eat and have like sinewy meat stuff in my mouth. And you're like, what a steak is, right? And you put it in your mouth anyway, and you're mad at it for being a steak.
Yeah, you picked up a FromSoft game, a new one,
right?
And
right,
by all elements of understanding thus far, promo materials, you knew what you were in for, more or less. the track record of this video game studio has been very specific. They are known for one thing primarily.
Right. Absolutely.
And
if you didn't know, right? Like, let's assume for a minute that you were like Brendan Fraser in like, what's that movie where he gets stuck in a time capsule or whatever?
Encino Man, where he's a caveman?
No, not that. Well, that's App 2, right?
Yeah.
Which is to say, like you knew nothing about this video game,
Yeah.
and you just randomly on hype just went out and bought it for yourself. Okay, so you realize that it's not made for you, right? It's clear that it wasn't made for you because it's too tough or whatever. It doesn't have an easy mode, so to speak.
No easy
That's still
mode.
not a That's still not a valid criticism on the game.
Yeah. No.
That I go to video games to escape. Cool. This one is not the one that you go to. I don't. It's so dumb.
Yeah.
It's so precious and weak and soft.
Yeah. No, I don't have any time for critiques like that. This game should be made for me. But then you know what happens? The end of that hill is the game not being for anyone. Because if you make something for everyone, you make it for no one.
And clearly you're in the minority, right? Because the game is being celebrated by so many people as like, this is so much fun. It's so hard, but it's so much fun, and it makes you feel good when you accomplish something, and yada, 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 The other one that I couldn't wrap my mind around is when other game development people were giving it grief, right?
Oh, I did see that.
Oh, that's so gross. It's not to say that they're unqualified. As a matter of fact, it could be argued that they're most qualified until you realize their background. Until you realize the game that they did work on. And you're like, no, you're not unqualified. But by contrast, it's not what you do. And that's okay, right? Was the thing that you did as successful as this thing? No? Then shut up.
Right. Yeah, I did see some very snarky comments made from other game developers, rival game developers, who had a lot to say about, they were just nitpicking all kinds of stuff. It was, the user interface is blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, it's the most talked about game in the last few months.
And no one is talking about user interface.
Right.
No one is talking about, it's so hard to read anything on the screen. It's so hard to understand what my next mission is. No one's talking about that, but you want to bring it up as if it's like the most important thing. Hey, you guys are too dumb to know this, but man, user interface. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. It's like they're playing it, right? It's not a prohibitive, right? It doesn't take away from their enjoyment. People are really liking on this game. Instead, you want to shit on it for whatever reason.
I would never play my first playthrough like Mike does. I love the mystery, finding a new item and reading the lore behind it, not looking anything up, accepting I will not find half of what the game has to offer, and then when I get to start carefully Googling, no. I would not play I don't like that, going in blind and then just finding some stuff, missing some other stuff. There's no focus to it, and that irks me. I was telling Eric.
How do you mean, Mike? How do you mean?
I like having a set goal that I can achieve. So
sure.
One of the goals I set for myself early on is I want to make my character as strong enough to beat the end game, but hanging around the early to mid game. So that feeling that you get when you play games like this, and you level up and you level up and you level up and you're ready to beat the last boss, and then you have to do a mission at the very beginning of the game and you just wreck whatever's in front of you. I wanted that feeling throughout the game. Now what's great about Elden Ring is there are a few places where you might feel that way, like you're your own boss. You've now become the boss fight for the NPCs. What's great about Elden Ring is, you might stomp some NPCs, but even if you're level 200 like I am, you'll get fucked up, dude. The other day I actually died at the spot that I've been farming at for days now, because specifically my build is a glass cannon, but they make the enemies so strong in the game, like a pack of dogs can have at you, and if you don't have enough vigor, if you're not on your shit, if you have too many NPCs hit you, especially in certain areas of the game. It won't matter that you're level 200. You'll die. So that's an awesome challenge. But yeah, like I said earlier, when I play games like this, I want the best weapons. I want them fully leveled. I want the best talismans, the best physics stuff. I want to be as strong as I possibly can, to near ridiculousness. And then I want to search the world out and explore it. But I want to explore the world at my strongest. If that makes sense. That's how I like tackling games like this. If it isn't linear.
If you have the opportunity, right? If you can, yeah.
Because it's open world, so you can there's more leniency when it comes to that. Other games, it's way more linear, so you really can't do anything like that out of the gate. You do have to slowly, it's a slow march to the ending of the game. What's nice about this open world game is you can, if you got a horse, some time on your hands, and access to YouTube, you can skip a vast majority of this. Even the hard bosses even the bosses that kind of wall off areas that you should not be able to go to, there are ways around those bosses even for an earlier individual like myself.
Is it really crazy?
Oh yeah. Like, so there are like minor exploits, minor non-game breaking exploits you can use. Like, there was this one area of the map that I shouldn't have gained access to, but I had to like double jump off of a mountain to die on a specific ledge just far enough that it respawned me on the other side of the map. Like that kind of stuff where it's like, oh, I see. You're like glitching yourself out of the map to open up a new world so you don't have to face a boss. So you don't have to face a boss that you're way too underpowered to fight. And like, under no normal circumstances would you have been able to unlock this part of the map other than cheesing. So like, that's what I like to do. But like, all in search of leveling up my character. So like, leveling up my character and having my character with the strongest weapons in the game, that's where my head is at. So like, that's my goal. That's my primary goal. That's where I get the most joy.
Is that cheesy? Is that considered cheesy by players of this game?
Well, it's like anything else. The way Earthbound plays to, hardcore Souls guys, the fact that he used summons or like NPCs or friends to beat certain bosses. They would laugh at him. They would say that, oh, he's cheesing, or he's not a good player. So like, there are definitely, the way I play games, there are tons of people who would not agree with how I play the game, or would not enjoy how I play the game. But the same could be said about the way other people play the game. Like, to me, having a melee build or a strength build and having to waste hours of my day studying a boss's moveset so I could beat him, rather than just showing up and blasting him full of magic.
You're kind of like that Danny DeVito meme, dude, from
which one?
From It's Always Sunny.
Anyway, so I started blasting.
And I can't. Anyways, I started blasting.
Yeah. Yeah, that is basically me in Elden Ring. Oh, Earthbound's been writing some stuff. Let me read. I would never play my first playthrough the way Mike does. I love the mystery, finding a new item and reading the lore behind it, not looking anything up, expecting I will not find half of what the game has to offer, and then when I go and I get New Game Plus, I start carefully Googling. But that doesn't make your experience invalid. People also really shit on the way it handles quest lines and stuff. Okay, cool. Go play Horizon or Assassin's Creed, where you're force-fed quest lines and map markers. My goal in the case from some FromSoft games is to immerse myself in, experience the game, see what I can find for myself, and be proud of it. For example, I found the Sword of Night and Flame by myself. I was fucking stoked. It was strong and cool and everything, and then later I found out it was considered easy mode and it got nerfed. That really saddened me. But completing Ronnie's questline with only Googling once and finding the Holig tree by myself, that makes the game so worthwhile for me. Yeah, no, to me, and it's going to sound harsh, but I don't mean it to sound harsh, because this is just, again, again, you're watching somebody else order and eat a pizza their way, right? So if Earthbound ordered a pizza with sausage and mushrooms, I would say that's fucking disgusting, and I don't want anything to do with that. That's a shitty way to eat pizza.
What?
I hate mushrooms, and actually I hate sausage too.
You hate pizza.
I love pizza. I love pepperoni pizza. I love just about every other, buffalo chicken pizza.
No
regular
sausage,
pizza.
no mushrooms.
No sausage, no mushrooms. I hate it. Onions too. Not a fan. But like garlic, love garlic.
Onion. Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't like onions.
Leaving.
But again, how you eat pizza doesn't affect the way I eat pizza. So Earthbound.
It affects me now that you said it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Earthbound going through the game blind and, spending all this time researching, like exploring and researching, for me, that is a giant waste of time. Because our goals are different. So Earthbound wants to become immersed in this game and its lore and its story. I want to fight boss to level up to get strong weapon. So to me, I'm like, exploring the fucking game. I'm like, no. What you do is you go, somebody else already did that. Somebody did the monkey work already. Don't waste your time doing that. So like, in my head, I'm like, Earthbound found the Sword of Night and Flame by himself. But like, I had already beaten that area by running through it by myself in order to unlock the graces, which is a lot of my time was spent running past enemies at a very early stage when I should not have been there. Because Earthbound knows the second boss that I beat was this boss that was like 3 areas ahead of where I should be. So I beat the very first mini boss in the game, and then I beat the 3rd tier boss two stages away. And all of that was in pursuit of her weapon. I beat Loretta because I wanted her longbow so I could at range one-shot enemies in the early game. So what was awesome was when I heard about the Sword of Night and Flame, the one that Earthbound found on his own, I was like, the Sword of Night and Flame, where the hell is that? Oh, I'm not going to spend my time looking for that. Let me go to YouTube. Let me go to Wiki. Oh, that's where it is? Oh, I already ran past those dickheads. Let me run past there again. And then, oh, Sword of Night and Flame. Great. Now where do I level this thing up? Oh, I need somber smithing stones? Wait, where do I get those? YouTube. Here we go. And then that's how, but like, that's the fun for me. Having an awesome weapon and then showing up to a boss fight, nearly overpowered. Like that's my fun.
Yeah.
Jinpai, have you been playing Elden Ring? Nothing. Where'd he go?
What did you say? I was in the bathroom. Hello.
You taking a shit?
No, I was washing my hands.
After taking a shit?
No. Yes.
You had doo-doo under your fingernails, didn't you?
Ew. What's that?
Also, yes.
That wasn't a no. No, we're talking about Elden Ring, only because Earthbound has a greater appreciation for the lore of the game than I do. But don't get me wrong. Once I have achieved a certain amount of my goals, leveling up. Hello, Venomous Weeb. I do tend to now take a step back, because now my primary goal in the beginning of the game for me was to get high level, get strong weapons, and then take a breather. And now that I'm breathing, now that I'm almost certain I
destroy people.
Destroy the early and mid game. I could absolutely destroy anything I have to fight. Now end game, still a lot of trouble. End game is still immensely hard. There are still bosses that took me multiple times. The fire giant, it took me 3 or 4 times I think it was 3 times to beat the fire giant. That was hard. I needed to call a giant talking, walking jar to help me. and there was a boss in this Dragon Island, or the crumbling city of Azor, or whatever it's called. There was a random, like, Loretta Part 2 that I had to fight that was all magic and on horseback and dodging my spells, and a giant pain in the ass, and I needed my mimic to show up and start kicking ass. But what's nice about it now is I'm much less worried about leveling up and more interested in quest lines and stories and talking to characters. So now I'm playing a little bit more like Earthbound, except I'm very specific. So like, I want to finish Sellen's quests. Now that I finished Ronnie's quest, now I want to see what's some stuff that I may have missed along the way that can help enrich my gameplay experience, but I don't have to worry about not being strong enough to be there.
Nice. Well done.
Yo, have you seen Peacemaker?
Love that show.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, it's I think Peacemaker is a perfect example of where DC at its finest. Where Peacemaker really showcases where DC can thrive and Marvel leaves something to be desired.
In what sense, Mike?
I still can't believe John Cena is like a thing now, like canon in a superhero movie.
Right?
Fucking wow.
Who knew that guy can act? Well, specifically in regards to when it comes to adult viewing experience, the MCU has stuck to a very PG-13 cookie cutter at this point way of doing things, and it's kind of pigeonholed them a little bit. You know, more often than not, most Marvel movies sometimes seem interchangeable, boring, predictable. This, like 20 plus movies in, the car has kind of lost a little bit of its shine. And I've said this before about the superhero genre. In order for it to continue, and it's been, well, since 2008 is really when the MCU kicked off, and it's been on top just about since then. But in order to continue to do so without completely falling off as an entire genre, the genre had to have evolved, and I think it did. I think the genre of superhero movies has evolved, and you see outliers like Deadpool or Logan or even the new Batman movie, which by the way, the three movies I mentioned aren't MCU movies. They're superhero movies, but not MCU movies. So I think when it comes to the MCU needs to evolve as well. Their TV shows are okay. There's some that I really enjoy aspects of, like the Loki series. I thought the Loki series was brilliant in its world building, in its storytelling, but there were some parts that felt, unfortunately, very a little cookie cutter, a little rushed. Could be better. I enjoyed the Hawkeye series as well. The Falcon series, the Falcon and Bucky series was very meh, very bland, very boring, and sometimes just outright.
Can I counter that, Mike?
Sure.
Let me say this, and it's not to say that I'm 100% bought into this idea, but I think as a brand, if you know what you're doing and you maintain it, have some level of consistency behind it,
yeah.
I don't know if evolution is critical. Similar to, this is a bad example, okay? But Mickey Mouse knows what it is, right?
Sure.
Mickey Mouse does not have to evolve into anything. He just needs to continue to tell Mickey Mouse type stories, you know?
I see what you're saying.
Stylistically, there may be things that are within the context of Mickey Mouse. You're like, oh, look at that. That's a different look. That's the updated 2000 whatever look of Mickey Mouse as opposed to Steamboat Willie. But primarily, it knows what it is and never goes out of bounds from
Right.
that, right? So if somehow Marvel and its cinematic universe has found its groove and it understands that as a level of success in there, then I don't know if they would have any problem sort of maintaining the status quo. Now, what they need to do is not get comfortable in the types of stories that they tell. and just automatically assume that something's going to be successful because you get the things that you pointed out. You know, you get those Falcons, you get those bits of Loki where you're just like, this doesn't, you know, just because it has the trappings of a Marvel Cinematic Universe or the Marvel IP, it doesn't mean it's going to be automatically successful. You still need to lean into good storytelling, good characterization, and good development, right? Which I think there's things there that they missed for sure.
Yes.
It knows what it is. I don't think it needs to grow outside of PG-13. Is what I'm getting at. You know.
No, listen. There's a point to that, right? Another analogy you'd say is Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is Coca-Cola, and all it has to do is be Coca-Cola and market it. Market yourself. And
they haven't had any fuck ups like Pepsi, have they? They've been pretty safe, right?
Right.
There's new Coke, right? They had to go back.
Well, I think that was just a marketing play, honestly.
However, but Eric, the antithesis to what you're saying is actually what Disney's doing. And in that, for those of you who are Disney Plus subscribers, like yours truly, you will have noticed they've rolled out a new feature for Disney Plus subscribers. I noticed this just yesterday. They only implemented this in the last couple of weeks. They are rolling out mature content on Disney Plus. So they are right. So this is actually Mickey Mouse not being Mickey Mouse. They want you as a subscriber to check your account and because it's Disney, and Disney is very particular on what content they release. So they want you as a subscriber to make sure that all the accounts that are set to TVMA, mature audiences, are what they need to be. So I actually have, like, I share the account with a couple of friends, so I had to unlock TVMA for them too, because on the primary account, because, you know, God forbid it's a kid's account. And then I went on to see, I'm like, what mature content did they add that made them put up this, the Netflix content, the Netflix superhero content. So the very over the top violent Punisher content, the sexual abuse story that permeates Jessica Jones, the over the top violence at some points. I mean, not over the top by my standards, but over the top by PG-13 standards of
Disney standards, right?
So yes, so now that
telling me there's no Mickey Mouse porn, dude.
So now that you tried that joke twice and it has been funny other times. So
yeah, okay.
So the Punisher series.
Trying to be part of the conversation, Mike.
The Punisher. Sorry.
Wait, you're telling me there's no Mickey Mouse porn?
He's
right.
trying
dude.
That time you got
Comedy
it.
comes in threes, dude.
The third time's the charm.
It's the fourth time that makes it funny.
Wait, you're telling me?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Right. He did it though. You know what? He did it. He turned it around. He actually made us laugh with that. Okay. So the fact that they were incorporating these Netflix shows that are definitely firmly in the TVMA genre shows, it at least tells me that they are trying to diverse what they're doing. Not necessarily for Mickey Mouse, no, but at least by way of superhero-dom. That, and when you pair that with the news that came out some time ago, both released from Feige and Ryan Reynolds, stating that now that they own Deadpool, he will be a part of the MCU, and Deadpool will be remaining rated R. So it does seem like Marvel's gearing up towards more mature audiences in regards to their superhero films. I think that's a good thing.
And let me add to what I was saying. Like, they understand what they are, but knowing full well that Disney is a corporation, they're not going to leave money on the table.
Right.
If there's a way to sort of make it seem like they can have their cake and eat it too, they're going to go do it, right? Like, if they had an opportunity to, obviously they bought out Fox for a reason, right?
They did.
One of which is like that they want to reintegrate the Marvel stuff that's over there back into the fold, right? So it makes sense, right? And if if it's an opportunity for them to tell more mature rated X-Men type stories, then why wouldn't they? If there's a way for them to sort of reincorporate all the stuff that you'd seen on Netflix that's Marvel based, why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
However, I think there's going to be a clear distinction when they start rolling that stuff out as a one connected universe, right? They're going to say, hey, this is the stuff that you've come to know back when we had exclusive reigns to these characters. I don't know if we're ever going to cross into Deadpool threshold,
Right. Yeah.
It'd be interesting though to see Deadpool show up in like an Endgame type event, right?
Right.
Didn't they do a PG version of Deadpool, like PG-13, like they released a standalone or something?
They did. They did like a edited for the kids version of Deadpool. I think it was the Deadpool like Christmas version, something like that.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Now I think just because Disney's doing this does not invalidate the point that Eric made earlier, and one that holds true, which is Mickey Mouse just needs to be Mickey Mouse, Coca-Cola just needs to be Coca-Cola. And I think Disney having Captain America be Captain America and Spider-Man be Spider-Man, I think it would be a mistake to have Spider-Man be Logan or Spider-Man be Batman or Spider-Man be Peacemaker. But I do welcome hopefully the evolution of the Marvel Cinematic Universe's take on some of these stories. I think that, but you know what? That does not forgive major faux pas like Eternals, because it didn't matter. Eternals could have been as dark as The Watchmen, and it still would have been crap. It still would have been bad.
See, but that goes back to my point, which is to say, they just need to focus on characterization and story.
Right.
I don't know what it. I would like to go back and see who their writers' room lineup is, right? And then go, okay, so who were the editors that brought you guys that level of success, that understood a really smart, really sharp 3-act structure? And are they still there in your ranks? Because if they are, then they're missing an opportunity here, in handing over the reins to these sort of, they gave it to the Russo brothers, right? They handed over the reins to a degree to them.
Oh yeah.
And somehow they came out with like 3 or 4 movies that were phenomenal.
Yeah.
So I don't quite understand the disconnect with the value of really good characterization, really good, really strong narrative.
The Russo brothers, what a dark horse, in that those guys had episodes of Community under their belt and episodes of Arrested Development. I was like, what's the Jason Bateman Bluth series? Yeah, so they'd done TV show comedy is where they had done a lot of their resumes over there. So it's crazy that those guys, would give us Infinity War and Endgame of all the of all the two. But I don't know what the disconnect is between the Russo brothers giving us Captain America, the Winter Soldier, which I think still holds up as one of the stronger MCU titles.
To this day. To this day, you can still watch that movie and be like, whoa, this still holds up.
Holds up. Yeah, no, I watched it last year, and it's still impactful, man. That elevator scene still is something special. And
just overall, the entire episode. In the entire movie, it's clear what the objectives are. It's clear what the narrative is. It's clear what's motivating each and every single one of those characters. They don't try to get tricky. They don't try to do the whole, eye-rolling, whatever expectation, subvert expectation, yada, yada. And it's like they just told a really strong story based on these main characters. And what's the most effective is that I think they managed to capture the spirit of those characters without deviating too far away from it, because they wanted to turn it into something else. And currently, that's been the curse of a lot of these Marvel Universe related projects, which is like, oh great, we're gonna tell this story but through the voice box of this character, but it doesn't make sense for them to be that,
Right.
Wait, what's an example of that? I'm interested.
Eternals is one of them. Have you seen it? I think the premise of Eternals is really good. It starts off with like, well, the premise is really good. It starts off trying to serve that premise, but by the end, you're like, I don't understand why this is the logical choice. Right. Why this protagonist is the logical choice to be at the front end of this. You try to subvert expectation by having the bad guy be one amongst their ranks, but that doesn't make sense either. It's it's not necessarily unmotivated, but it's not motivated enough.
I think there is a lot working against that film. I mean, honestly, it's from its director to the, you know, somewhat endless amount of characters, none of whom get enough screen time. And unfortunately,
that's a tough story to tell.
Many who have very compelling arcs. Take Fastos, for example, the tech guy. There is a beautiful arc hidden in there, which I would have really enjoyed them to flesh out, but they simply did not have the time. And Fastos is a character who you see early on is attempting. He builds essentially a steam engine during the Bronze Era, right? He's like, listen, I've constructed this engine that I think, you know, could propel them forward. And then they take a look and he's like, oh, that's a combustible steam engine. They're not there yet. You know, like this civilization not there yet. And Faustos kind of is upset that they're holding him back from allowing him to help advance the technological aspects of society. So once spoiler alert, who gives a shit? Once they split up, you see Faustos. And the next time you see Faustos, he's tragically walking amongst the rubble of the fallout of Hiroshima, and you have this moment where you're like, and I think he might be in a lab coat. You're given through not so subtle context clues that Faustos propelled nuclear development, which, you know, via the Manhattan Project led to the death of many hundreds of thousands of Japanese. So you see this kind of heartbreaking look on his face where this is what my technological advancements have wrought upon this world. But then there's another giant leap from obviously 1945 to present day where Faustos has a family. You know, he has got a husband and a son, but you get nothing. So clearly there was a moment where Faustos believed in humanity and he lost that belief in humanity. And now you meet a Faustos who is a family man. So clearly at some point there was some really remarkable character growth, but you see absolutely none of that. Like none of that plays out. Like I said, there's some really compelling stuff there, but the story just sort of steamrolls past all of it. And I mentioned this a few times in the last few weeks. One of the biggest issues I have with MCU movies, and especially the Eternals movie, is that the way that they tackle giant threats to the Earth and mankind, they are hollow. This isn't Endgame. This isn't Infinity War. This isn't an Avengers movie where there might actually be some giant consequences and fallouts and character death. When the Eternals are fretting over the impending doom of the Earth is going to be ripped apart, and you're like, no, it's not. Next month, Spider-Man.
Excuse myself.
Okay, all right. Talk to you later, Eric. You're like, no, Gemma Chan. Spider-Man comes out next month, and Hawkeye comes out next month, and then after that, we're going to get Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. Clearly, the Earth is not going to be destroyed. So there are no stakes. At no point when you're watching the Eternals do you ever feel that the Earth is in any kind of danger whatsoever. And when there are characters in danger, because, you know, at least one of the Eternals does die. Spoiler alert. One, you don't care that they're dead. And two, when the other ones are in jeopardy, you don't care that they might be dead. No stakes. It all just feels very hollow.
They're not going to kill off Spider-Man. That's their fucking moneymaker.
Right. It all feels very hollow, very empty, very inconsequential. And you don't get enough character. You don't get enough from the Eternals for them to matter at all. They let Zhao in on writing the Eternals. Oof, what a mistake. Actually, Mickey Mouse was not PG when he was first created. Disney buried it. Oh, I didn't know that.
It was super racist, I think.
let's see. Let me catch up with the OG's comments. If I didn't like Suicide Squad 2, think I'd like Peacemaker? No. If you don't like James Gunn's style of writing and directing, and I would say Peacemaker, Guardians of the Galaxy, and Suicide Squad 2 are all very James Gunn. Like, they're quippy there's lots of weird, silly antics. Everybody's joking. Everybody's a bit of a jokester. Even characters that are completely take Drax the Destroyer, right? So, Batista, his character isn't quote unquote funny, but he's got a ton of jokes, right? That make you laugh. So if you don't like that style of writing and humor, and I will say at this point, James Gunn, having watching 4 of his movies and projects, at this point, you know what you're going to get with James Gunn. It's kind of like it's the equivalent of watching a Tarantino movie or watching a Wes Anderson film. You know the style of direction, you know the style of writing, you know the style of action, you know the style of characters that he writes. It's going to be James Gunn-esque. Now, I happen to love it.
Yeah, me as well.
Those stories make me laugh. I have great fun with them. I love Suicide Squad. I loved both the Guardians of the Galaxy. I can't wait for Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I love Peacemaker. But
it's very lighthearted. Like,
it is.
If you're going and expecting serious drama, like maybe there's brief interludes of that, but it's mostly comedy. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. The intro's a dance number. I think it's worth watching 1 or 2 episodes.
Do you really want to make it? I
don't know. It's Dude, unique. In an interesting way.
I watched every single episode of that show. I never skipped the intro.
Really?
Nope. I actually started learning some of the dance moves, and I would literally do some of them around the house, like the over the arm stuff, dude. The dangling arms, the monkey arms move, the stomp forward.
I'll skip the intro. I don't know,
dude. Listen again. To each their own. I'm not going to tell you how I think you should eat your pizza, but for me, I love that shit, man. It made me laugh every time I was looking at somebody else who was dancing. All right, let me catch up with the...
Are you a theater guy? Like, do you like...
Love going to the theater.
What? Yeah?
Yeah, love it.
Like, musical shit?
Oh, musical theater? A little bit. I watched West Side Story. I watched Tick Tick Boom, the Andrew Garfield musical based on the creator of Rent. I don't like all musicals. I like some musicals. I tell you what musicals I fucking hate. I like musicals like West Side Story or like Hello Dolly or even like Oklahoma or like Seven Brides for Seven Brothers, where there's like a song and dance number and like the song is like it's catchy and it's upbeat, and then they go back to speaking normally, and then it's time for the dance number. Like that I could get behind because it's very much
Sweeney
like a
Todd?
it's very wait what's up Matt?
Sweeney Todd.
Actually, I haven't seen Sweeney Todd, but if it's like that,
That's what I like it.
if it's like that, then sure, I could get behind it. What I find highly annoying are the musicals where they are talking, where they're just singing about their feel, like the whole movie is singing, but like because the nature of songwriting, I'm assuming you just can't have, I don't know, maybe it's just impossibly difficult to have that many catchy, enjoyable songs. Something about characters who are singing throughout like the movie or the production, it just annoys the absolute shit out of me, because I'm like, stop singing. Like, go on about your day normal. And then when it's time to sing during an uplifting or downtrodden emotional moment, then start singing. Like Little Shop of Horrors or something like that, Like normal.
Have you seen Cats?
I agree. I don't like the talk singing either.
Yeah, really, like the whole
Like,
movie
have
is
you
just.
seen Cats?
I haven't seen Cats. Is that what they do? Do they just sing throughout the entire thing?
No, but it's awful. I just seen a little YouTube video of like why it's bad.
I only want to see the rumored butthole cut.
Show me the butthole cut.
Apparently, there was a rumor that initially the cats had buttholes, and they had to CGI them away.
Look at this butthole.
So the only end game part that was really hard for me was the Haligtree. And when you say dying 3 times is a hard fight, I probably died close to 100 times to Melania. Oh man, I don't want to I don't want to die 100 times. That's the Elden Ring. That's the Elden Ring part. That is the reason why I made myself level 200 in the early to mid game.
Oh my god.
So I could avoid. So I grinded for, honestly, probably about a total of 6 hours straight grinding. Not every day, but like as I was playing, I would take, honestly, I've been playing for a week and change at this point. And every day, every other day, if I was playing, I would dedicate about an hour to grinding 4 levels. So like specifically not doing any side quests, not doing any boss fights, not doing any dungeon crawling. I would go right to my farming spot and sit down. I would put a podcast on or some YouTube videos, and I would just automatically, just like, I got it down to a science where I just like, all right, walk over here, kill, yada yada, do the move, roll, rest, refresh, walk over here, do the kill, blah blah blah, and I was on repeat. I was like a human NPC. I was just and like watch, haha, what a funny YouTube video. Meanwhile, it's all like automated response from my fingers. So much so one day I actually did it for over an hour, and my hands started cramping up. But that was all in pursuit of getting to such a high level in Elden Ring. Like I said, level 200, not an easy feat. All that was so that I could get a certain level of confidence in my build. So like my build was strong enough that I could cast the highest level of magic spells, and I had the highest level of health and the highest level of mind, so that I could take a hit. And when I say highest level, you can go higher, but there are hard caps and soft caps in this game. For those of you who don't know, soft caps are after this level, you start getting diminishing returns on your leveling. And then hard caps are after this many levels, it is near worthless to level up after this much. So for magic, it's level 80 in intelligence. For mind, it's 60, and I think for vigor or health, it is also 60. So after that, any more points in that are more or less useless, because the ROI on those points, like the amount of like leveling you'd have to do to get that up, is just not worth it. It's more worthwhile to put those points into other areas anyway. All that is to say, so that I don't. If I had to fight a boss more than 100 times in Elden Ring, I would want to throw myself out of a goddamn window. There was one boss I had to fight. I had to fight them 10 times, or maybe a little bit more. It took me the better part of an hour, and towards the end of that, I was getting pissy. It was the first time I was getting pissy. I actually had to look up. I had to look up a YouTube tutorial on even the cheesing methods weren't working for me. So I had to do like a combination of like actual boss fighting plus cheese, a little bit of cheese, a little bit of regular fightings. Matt, it got so crazy that me, a mage user, had to unequip my staff, equip a shield, and equip a weapon, and do it that way.
That's unheard of.
I know. So I actually went full Elden Ring. Like I went full From Soul, Dark Soul. Like, okay, it's like, all right, I'm not a strength or dex build, but I'm going to fight this cunt like I am.
You're dodging, you're parrying.
Because it was, unfortunately, this boss was too quick, too up on my shit. Like, even with the talismans that allow you to cast quick spells, like the amount of time, so like it takes like a second and a half to do a spell. Like,
yeah. Even the quick spells are. He's got to move. He's got to move the wand.
He's got to wave his wand, and then it launches. Wave a wand and launches. But what do you do if a boss is like, in the amount of time it takes you to wave a wand and launch, like that minute, the second and a half, boom.
I will say moves like the pebble.
Yeah.
If you get your guy in a good rhythm, he can just throw those out there until you need to re-up.
Yeah, but you got to get that rhythm first, right? So you could, like, once he does the thing, So like once your sorcerer can actually, once the first swing is out, this is not something that they teach you in Elden Ring, but you could actually use very little stamina if you catch him on the downswing. So once you get the staff up and it shoots on, he brings his arm back, and if you hit it again, he brings his arm forward. So what happens is, so you could just go wham, 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 and what ends up happening is you don't have any more pausing, because it's part of like, I don't know the mechanics of it.
It's like a fluid motion in the animation where
exactly
it connects from one right into the next one.
So you
it's really cool when you get the hang of it.
Yes, when you get the hang of it, you'd actually mid arc of arm, you could switch enemies, and it's how I do my leveling. So you choose one enemy, you lock onto them, and boom, and then when his arm starts to come back down, move that lock to another enemy, hit it again, and so on, and swoop and swoop and swoop and swoop. It's almost like he's like a maestro playing a cacophony of death. So it's awesome. But this one particular boss, no matter how much distance I had, no matter what spells I threw at him, it didn't matter if I caught that swing or not, he would dodge every one, and the ones that hit weren't hitting him for nearly enough damage as I needed them to. So my range spells were too weak to him, and then once I needed to re-up my stamina, he was on me, and like really on me, like swipe, swipe, swipe. So I'm like dodge, 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 run, dodge, roll, and then I'm using up all my stamina, so that I wasn't able to like. So then I would have to like run off again, re-up my stamina, take a healing potion, start tossing more magic. Hey Joka, start tossing more magic at him. None of it's working. At one point, I'm like, I don't think I can literally beat this dude with magic. Like, he's too mobile. He dodges way too much. It's like it was like actually fighting. The only time I've had that difficult of an encounter like that was playing a PvP. I did a couple of PvP matches, and there are people who are great at parrying and rolling out of the way of every magic attack that you have, even the ones that hone onto you, rolling out of their damage. That's exactly what this guy was doing, so I was forced to use the shield and sword. Anyway, even then, it still did not take me 100 tries, and if it did, I would have been pissed. I would have been fucking pissed. All right, let me catch up with the chat. Yoji says, Peacemaker is all gone, not DC or Warner, or those cunts at AT&T. Disney, love Peacemaker. Disney is getting flack for playing the Netflix Marvel shows. Wait, why?
So it's this parents group who's bitching that they put anything but Disney PG material. But if you have Disney Plus, you log in now.
We just talked about it. We just talked about
the adult login, which
yes.
I find a little weird as well.
I don't find it weird. Actually, I think it's great. Well, because
it's what's needed.
I share the account with a couple of my friends. Like I'm the primary, kind of like how people share Netflix and everything else, Hulu accounts.
How dare you?
That's coming to an end. That's coming to an end, by the way.
Which one?
For Netflix, they're gonna read your IP address, and if they realize you're not in the address as the account holder, they're gonna ask you to pay for it. There's gonna be prompts.
Bullshit.
Yes. So, well, at least Disney Disney has not done that yet. So as of right now, I share my Disney that I pay for. I share that with a couple of friends, and it was funny because I'm the primary owner. So Disney asked me if I would want to make my account mature audiences, and I said of course. And then they asked if I wanted to unlock that on the other accounts, and for a second I thought of child locking the other accounts.
We have profiles on there. I kind of want to fuck my brother over. I do hope it means that things like Deadpool and shit like that can hit Disney Plus.
Of course they are. Well, look, the fact that the Punisher's on there, and Daredevil, and Jessica Jones with the sexual assault stuff, grape without the G.
Alcoholism.
Yeah, all that stuff. Very adult themes. Those are definitely not. Too. Those are definitely not standard MCU content.
The problem for me now is I would rather watch Daredevil again than get into Wanda or any of them at this point.
Yeah, I would if you ask me who I'd rather watch, I'd definitely rather watch one of the Daredevil seasons, season 1 or 3. 2 was kind of meh to WandaVision. Until it won't evolve, until it all bombs and have to make a comeback. Until then, they will use the time and tried mirror bad guy. Logan is a product of Jackman taking a pay cut to make it and have an R. Marvel is already showing issues. They assume Eternals is going to be big. Captain Marvel was hyped but died with a whimper. Coke also bought a ton of other companies. Disney had been investing in pay-per-view porno since the 80s. They know where their money is. Actually, Mickey Mouse was not PG when he was first created. Disney buried it. Goodnight, Earthbound. They let Zal direct the Eternals. Also, Disney has a history of suits meddling in movies. I think the Russos only had one good Marvel movie, and it was Winter Soldier. The others aren't bad, but nowhere near as good. In my opinion, two Carpenters gave us Matrix.
I like Winter Soldier.
Two Carpenters gave us Matrix, and they haven't made anything good since. I'm a little tired or worn of the whole end of the world scenarios in comic book movies. That doesn't help. What I think is his biggest strength is that he knows which characters don't fit him. The dance moves are Space Invaders, really, like the video game. Is that what he's doing? Is that what they're doing? They're doing Space Invaders? A child locked my mom's account and she was freaking out because she doesn't know how to work tech stuff. That's hilarious. Excellent. Well done, Choco. I'm now fully caught up with the chat. The chat and I are one. What's up, Two Woke?
Hey
yeah.
Jin, I named the title of my stream today DJ Khaled's Wings.
Oh yeah, they're fire. About DJ Khaled's, like, he has a wing shop, and they're actually like the best wings I think I've ever had. They're very good.
Listen, like I said, it makes sense. That guy's fat as fuck. He does a lot of eating. I listen.
He's cultured in that realm.
Except for his wife's pussy.
Never that.
Also true.
Never that.
But wings, count me in. No, don't get me wrong. There are probably fat people who whose opinion I wouldn't care much for in regards to food. But DJ Khaled, put him up there.
I don't know. Oh, we're pretty cultured in that realm because we just keep stuffing.
True. However, you know, as a recovering alcoholic, I might be able to point you to some pretty decent liquor, but my end goal was to get fucked up.
Yeah, I was a garbage can, man.
Isn't that everybody's end goal though? Like, unless you're like a wine a day, like a glass of wine a day, like, I don't think the drinking culture, I'm pretty sure that's where it's centered.
I mean, you'd imagine so. But my point being that,
I mean, there's like the wine people.
like, you know, an obese person doesn't necessarily know. They know how to get food and consume it a lot, but they don't necessarily know where the best tasting food is by default. They do eat a lot. But with that said,
if I'm looking for the greatest cheesecake, I can go into, or cheese. Yeah, hell yeah, why not fucking cheesecake or cheese steak? I'm not going to a skinny guy.
right. Well, that's the thing, right? So the skinny guy might know best compared to like the average. You might talk to an average like fat person, and they might just be eating like fucking grocery steaks. You know, they might just be eating McDonald's, getting fat that way.
But I guess my argument is, if you have a skinny dude and a fatter dude, I would wager that the fatter guy has tried a larger variety of things that have made them fat.
You would imagine, like on paper, yes. On paper, that makes sense. And
like, oh, the skinny guy's probably tried some really good food, but this fat asshole over here, that dude knows where to get a hot dog quick.
Yes. So, like, on paper, that makes sense. But on uncertain, I think it comes down to the individual.
God. Fucking hate that one.
I don't mind it. I think it's funny. The juvenile in me just laughs.
Are you still playing Elden Ring, buddy?
I'm still in it. I'm up to
What do you
level,
say
I think,
take it away for
84
pussy?
now.
Look at you, man, leveling up like an animal.
I did one of those, like, I zoned in. I went, like, super ADD and went hyper-focused and had, like, a 3-hour session the other day, which is the longest I think I've played it.
Now, what was your primary goal? Because earlier in the conversation today, Earthbound and I were comparing our various... Because Earthbound and I have tackled this game about as opposite as you can picture.
I'm still, honestly, just going through and trying to find the stories and searching the map. I'm kind of just walking all over the place, seeing what's up.
Yeah, see, that's definitely John Amore's. That's more John Amore's point. John Amore he's been, according to him, just roaming the map, listening to music and like hanging out. Earthbound had way more of a direction. He wanted to seek out lore, so he's reading lots of lore. He's interacting with lots of NPCs. And I said that my strategy was worry about getting to the strongest possible level I could as early as I could.
I can understand that, especially not being like a Dark Souls player either.
I think that's what it came from. I'm not a Dark Souls player, and early on I got a taste of how difficult the game can be and has been for many people. There was a bunch of game reviewers that just basically wanted to bail on the whole damn thing because of its difficulty. But I think,
Really?
yeah, no, there was a couple of shitty articles written, it's from the usual lunatics about how the game, the game isn't handicap friendly and needs to be more accessible for people with disabilities.
Well,
because
I mean,
yeah,
I think the truth is it's not, but you're not, like, and here's the problem, right? Not every game is made for every gamer. And not to sound like a dick, but you don't go into a game like Elden Ring unless you kind of like, it's the type of game you don't even want to play tired.
right.
Like your reaction times are just off. So it's like, not to be an asshole, but they did not make the game for that level of accessibility, if that makes sense. The game is made to shut out people who don't have the fortitude to play it.
Yeah, no, we actually, yeah, we completely agree. We had a whole conversation about it earlier, where this game isn't made for everyone, and that's just it. That's just something FromSoft does. Dark Souls wasn't made for everyone, and it's not even about being disabled or non-disabled. It's just regularly able-bodied people like yours truly probably couldn't finish Dark Souls because I'm not good at that stuff. Like, I'm not good at memorizing boss moves. I'm not good at nailing the small window of the parry time. I'm barely able to hit the dodge window doing a roll out of the way of attacks. I can barely hit that without taking damage, and not always. And oftentimes I do end up getting one shot by the boss, and it is frustrating. But I put up with it.
I'm also gonna say,
Yeah.
my bigger complaint on it is the stuttering issues and shit like that.
Oh,
Do we get those fixed?
I don't have those issues.
Well, you probably do, but they're not. It's like when you for me at least, when you transition into new areas and shit, it just has this weird lag that comes in, and for a couple seconds, then you're good. But it does it way too often. As somebody who knows a little bit, it does really seem like a streaming kind of issue of the landscapes and whatnot.
Jinpai, what's
I've returned to you now on the 4th day, dude.
Nice. How was the meeting? Or
Good. Short this time around.
good.
Got some of my time back. I heard some of the delayed comment that you said that this game is not made for everyone. Can I ask you guys about something about your insight into this?
Please.
I don't recall which YouTube channel was complaining about how this game is too hard or it's inaccessible to certain people who have
Disabilities.
I don't want to say disabilities. Is disabilities the right term? They're just it's not advantageous to them to play as, I guess, disabilities. Let's just to make it simple, right? And they kind of threw that out there to say, like, I'm a person with disabilities and this game is inaccessible to me, as if that was a legitimate critique of the game. What do you guys think of that?
Don't play it.
Yeah, this isn't. Yeah, no, this isn't being able to like
Don't
get
play
in.
it.
Yeah, no, this isn't the. There are certain things where, you know what, fair point. Like, for example, if you can't enter your subway station because you are disabled and they don't have a proper wheelchair accessibility. At that point, you know what, yes, that should be accessible to everyone. This is a video game. So it's catered to a very specific group of people. And the point that I made moments ago, even for me, there are FromSoft games, and me, who is perfectly abled for the most part. I mean, what I'm saying is I have all my faculties and motor functions. And with that being said, I don't think I could play those games because I think I'd be too frustrated, and I think I would lose far too much because I'm not that good of a video game player. But it wasn't meant for me. Yeah.
So you're of the opinion that you can, those people aren't coming from a genuine place. That's a disingenuous argument to say, hey, just because you can't play it well, or I can't remember one of the points that they said were like, oh yeah, the font size is too small and it's in yellow and I'm colorblind or something like that, right? And I'm all like, geez Louise, you're getting into the minutia of the thing. But I am clearly biased, and I was wondering if you guys had a counterpoint to that, or if maybe I'm not seeing the entire picture.
I feel like somebody who says that the game isn't accessible enough to play, and I understand if you have disabilities, how it can be frustrating, but disabled gamers also need to understand that the support for that sort of stuff is really only within the past few years starting to rev up when you've got like Microsoft's controller and shit like that coming out. But to me, if somebody's trying to legitimately dog the game itself because they can't play it for whatever reason, that's the same thing as somebody watching a foreign film and saying it's not accessible enough to me because it's not in English.
Right.
Huh.
I like that.
Not every game is a generic everybody plays. Hell, I hate the game most of the time I'm playing it. I enjoy it enough to continue, but I'm not a Dark Souls game fan. Like I'm one of those people. I'll tell you straight up, I think it's bullshit artificial difficulty, but I'm still enjoying the game.
It's definitely. I think where we differ is I think it's obviously artificially more difficult because all games are artificially difficult. It's just what is that level of difficulty? So for lots of games, there's a threshold for difficulty, or you can modify that threshold for your needs by there being an easy mode, or they don't call it easy mode, they call it like walk through mode. Or like
I'd argue even without an easy mode, the game is designed to have those cheat moments of where you've got the pattern down, and then next thing you know, oh shit, a different move. Like I can't count how many times it's happened to me.
The game does make it so that bosses will have moves that mirror similar moves, but they change them. There is still, and there always will be a very set amount of boss moves that you will have to memorize. Yeah. If you are playing melee, if you're playing a melee build, you're gonna have to learn those. Not me, not the way I play. But
full wizard.
Well, as long as it's not you, Michael.
No, I don't, like I said earlier, I don't got time for that shit, dude. But for a person who's got melee weapons, unfortunately, that's what you're gonna have to do, man. Like you're gonna have to memorize all the pool, and you're probably gonna have to try to fight this motherfucker 30 plus times, and you're probably gonna have to watch a few YouTube videos to get it all down. from
Can
someone
I,
who's
can
beautiful.
I ask you guys to go through an exercise?
Wait,
Can I
what?
ask you guys to go
also
through an
still gonna get
exercise for me? Can you
What's the
speak
exercise?
for in favor of the guys who are saying, "Hey, this is inaccessible to me"? Where is that?
Let's see.
I mean, I think colorblind options are something easy that they maybe should have put in their filters. But I mean, I would still
yeah.
argue the core mechanics of Dark Souls does not fit anything but a controller. It doesn't fit keyboard and mouse.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
it's designed a certain way. I mean, I like I said, I'll give it to do the colorblind sort of shit, sure, but I mean, there also is like the flashing lights then. So it really does break down to like how far do you like when
Right.
is enough, I suppose.
Yeah. Okay.
By disability friendly, do they just mean it's too hard?
No.
they're
no,
talking
no,
about
no.
probably like the way the controls are, because like on the Xbox, for instance, you do have that the controller for disabled people. That's I don't even know how it works, but
Yeah.
it works.
You know, Jinpai here. So
If that's the case, never mind.
you
because,
kind
like,
of you kind of need to be able to manipulate
too
one
hard.
of these quickly. So you do need to have fast twitch muscle reflexes. You need to be able to quickly use your fingers to manipulate your character, because the bosses, they come at you sometimes in what feels like lightning speed.
Also, I mean, the difficulty comes in from a lot of its timing too.
Yes.
Which, if that's your issue, then there's really nothing you can do to,
Yeah.
unless you nerf the game entirely. There's nothing you can do to make that easier.
They're very
like
Is
that
that,
kind of
is
thing,
that a
though, it's like-
disability issue, or is that just like, what do you guys think?
See, I don't think
With
it's
that kind of thing, it's
Yeah.
kind of like you know what you're getting into.
right.
Like,
Hmm.
it's
think-
basically just Dark Souls. Like,
I think what
you
they're
know.
doing is, and Eric and I brought this up the other day. What they're doing, these very critical games. I don't know if we want to call them journalists. I'm just going to call them bloggers. These game bloggers. When it comes to specifically it being inaccessible to people with disabilities, they are framing it as a game that is anti-disabled people, wherein it's not about them being anti anyone. It's that they are catering to a specific market that isn't this other group. And I would argue that it's not just anti-disabled, it's anti lots of average gamers. Like the average, if you're a kind of gamer who's used to games like, Breath of the Wild, if that's your jam, this is like a nightmare methed out. This is like if Breath of the Wild decided to spend a prolonged amount of time in Jacksonville, Florida. This is it's rough. It's not for everybody.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
How dare you?
Yeah, no, I don't have anything pro Florida to say.
Yeah, but just yeah. I
Yeah,
would.
I often ask myself, hey, I often am aware how clear my bias is to be like, geez Louise, you guys want everything handed over to you on a silver platter. But I always try to put myself through that thing. I'm like, what am I not seeing in this case? What am I not understanding? Because clearly I know that it's not made for me, right? I've seen enough Dark Souls games as my wife plays. Like, I could not spend time in this game. It would just be way too frustrating, and therefore I'm not going to start. But at no point do I ever think to myself, oh, they should make it easier for me so that I can play it. I just go, there's a gazillion games out there right now.
And
like,
I think that's the deeper point is you as a gamer look at it and you go, not my cup
Yes.
of tea. It's not made for me. I don't gel with that.
Right.
I think disabled or not, people should understand the media that they will accept and is made for them compared to what's not. And as Mike said, Elden Ring is a game not made for gamers. I mean, when you it's a large group, but it is a niche title to the point of even Dark Souls fans at some point with Elden Ring are like, nah, dude, fuck this game, and they take a break. It just is what it is.
Yeah, it's for
Right.
masochists.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, it can
you do,
be.
like self-torture.
I mean,
Yeah,
it can be. It sounds like it. Yeah.
I mean,
if you're playing a boss 100 times, that
yeah.
it's hard to argue that.
Yeah, Earthbound was in the chat moments ago, and he said he fought Millennia 100 times, 100 times before he was able to beat her.
That's too much time for me.
That's way too much time for me. I'm almost tempted to go down there and see where I'm at versus her, just to get a beat on it. And man, yeah,
It would have been 10 times, and then here comes Wiimote. Fuck that.
Yeah, no. What ends up happening for me is if it's more than a handful to 10 times, that's where I'm like, YouTube, what do we got? What can we do here?
Yeah,
Right.
give me I always think about that when I do that too, because it really does kind of feel like it's really the new age of, remember the old tips and tricks books?
Yes, it's calling
Sure.
up Nintendo Power.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly. I do kind of like that about it.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna get every one of you guys a Game Shark, and let's talk
Ooh.
again in a few days.
Yeah.
Oh, we can talk about my game Genie.
Game
Oh,
Genie.
Game Genie, right?
All right. Shit, I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
I remember, did anybody have like an old school Game Boy?
Yeah.
Do you remember they brought out that SNES cartridge where you could play your Game Boy games?
Is that true? No, I don't remember that at
Yeah,
all.
so by the time we had the SNES, and it was real late in the generation, so like everything we ever got for it, we got it was on clearance.
Sure.
And so we got
That
this
sounds
thing,
familiar.
and I had the Game Boy, and I used to love my Game Boy. I really did. I still do. Like, I wish they would make a new Game Boy. Like, just make one that looked like the Game Boy Color, but new and nice. You know, something like that. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
yeah, you would take the game and you'd put it. It would be an SNES cartridge, and I have a slot. You pop the Game Boy game into the slot, and here I am playing Return of the Joker on the SNES. And God, do I miss that?
Now it would have. Would it get upgraded by way of the graphics, or would just
Oh
maintain the game?
no! It was just so you could play it on a big screen.
Ah, I gotcha. Yeah.
But you were then playing, because you got to remember back then, the Game Boys didn't have a fucking backlight. So, like, you only play Game Boy in a well lit room or in the daytime. So, like,
Right.
being able to play your Game Boy games on a TV of any kind was like, as a kid, it was like, holy shit, this doesn't get better than this.
Right.
Little do I know, they got the goddamn Steam Deck out now. I used to love like the game. We had a Game Genie late in the console generation until it broke. You guys remember the Nomad?
Wait, refresh my memory. It sounds familiar.
The Nomad was a portable Genesis. Literally was
Shit, I wanna look it
you put Genesis games into it, and they were on the go, and it was beautiful.
Was it
It was-
Sega? A Sega?
Yeah,
Okay.
Sega released it, and it was one of those things that didn't last, much like the Dreamcast. It wasn't around long.
Oh, I remember this.
Some games had bezels. The Super Game Boy, yeah, that's what it was called. Fuck, dude, man, I missed that thing. I actually just installed the WWF No Mercy ROM on the PC so I could play it again. Nostalgia sucks though, because then you play it and it's like, it's all right. Yeah, I know they also have those Game Boys that are like full backlit and they have an HDMI out to a TV, which are really cool.
Is it a recent release?
What's that?
The Game Boys with the HDMI out?
Oh yeah, they're doing crazy shit with mobile stuff now. Like Jimbo built one. You can, with the hardware you can get, but I don't have any game. Like I don't have any Game Boy games except for maybe like 3 that I was able to find.
That were from your original collection, you mean?
Yeah. And like we didn't have any real money, so like I didn't have a ton. But like, I had a few. Return of the Joker was one. God, man. Now I'm gonna get all depressed thinking about it. Yeah,
Man,
Nomad was released at the end of
I
the
played the
Genesis, yeah.
shit out of Contra, dude.
Oh,
Like Contra was my thing. I would just play that. I missed the bus going to school multiple times because I was playing Contra so much in the morning before school.
Neo Geo was the shit, man. Metal Slug is still one of my favorite games.
Oh yeah, that's my current go-to right now whenever
Oh,
I'm
it's so
playing it.
good. And I love the fact that there's like 10 of them you can get on Steam.
Yeah, I'm playing it on oh gosh, what is the current mobile Nintendo offering? Is it the Switch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, they got Metal Slug on Switch?
Yeah. They made
Oh,
all the
shit.
SNK stuff available on there.
Fuck, I gotta go out on the market. I haven't booted up my Switch in a bit.
Yeah.
I was playing Metroid Dread and it pissed me off. Then Elden
Oh, how
Ring
come?
came off to piss me off. Metroid Dread's fucking hard, man.
Yeah.
It is a ball.
It's strange
but
to
it's good.
think of a Nintendo game that's that's grindy, right? Because that's not their thing.
Oh, dude. I mean, and that's the crazy thing about the Switch. Like they learned from the Wii U, and they have a flooded market of third-party shit, tons of indie stuff. But still, the best thing you're gonna play on, I guarantee you, if you love a game on the Switch, more than likely it's a first party.
Sure.
Like they don't really put out bad first party titles, which you got to give them credit.
Right.
But when you do 3 or 4 first parties a year, you're not putting out many first party games though.
Right. I wonder if it's from a third party developer standpoint. Is it just because it's difficult to develop for, or is there like a hard cap?
The hardware is incredibly limited.
Right.
Like I mean, they were able to get Dying Light running on it native, but the shortcomings of the Switch version versus the PC or even the other consoles is crazy.
Yeah. Right.
But they also have the cloud technology. Like you're actually able to play Control on the Switch due to the cloud, which I don't know how well it runs. A buddy
What are you
of
doing?
mine,
Are you playing it directly from the cloud? You're not having to download it onto the...
I don't know if you have to download anything because there's no fucking way Control would be able to run on. There's not enough you could pair back to get it to run natively. So I know it goes over the cloud, and I've heard there maybe is some lag here and there, but other than that, it runs pretty beautifully.
Huh.
Are they streaming? Because I actually thought Dying Light is one of the few that is not a cloud game. I've read that Dying Light is actually they got it to run native on the hardware, just really fucking pared back.
Interesting. It's clear that I
Doom
have
and
not
Witcher
gotten
3
into
were native.
many games like super hardcore in a long time.
I mean,
that's the
here's
reason why I
deal.
buy it.
You got
That's
a
the reason
Switch,
why I
that's
like
all
play
you
Metal
got.
Slug, right? Because you can
Oh,
pick it
I
up
love
and
Metal
put it down and just like,
Yeah.
I don't care. You know, I've what feels like infinite lives, and
Well,
I'm
that's
not
why
really
I
in
like
there
Rocket
to.
League. I like that,
Yeah.
like 5 minutes in and out. You know, like
Yeah.
if we're watching something and the wife has to go do something, I got a few minutes. I can do a round of Rocket League. I can play some.
Yep.
Now that I know it's on Switch, I got to get Metal Slug. Witcher 3 were native, but Witcher 3 looks like shit. I mean, plain and simple.
On
But
what? On Switch?
Yeah, but
Ah,
if all you have is a Switch, right?
right.
You are
Right.
getting some quality fucking games.
Yes.
Metal Slug, I've always loved that game.
Me too. Me too.
You know, a game they brought out to Switch that what I used to love on SNES was Zombies Ate My Neighbors.
Is that good? I want to see.
It's like a top-down it's not twin stick, but a top-down, you know, what would become twin stick shooter. I actually bought it on Switch.
I see
haven't-
it. Yeah.
Yeah. I used to
Yeah.
love that game as a kid. Man, it's getting warmer in Chicago. The sirens are going on. It's actually
Which
not
siren?
that
What's the
fucking warm.
sirens?
Oh, there's always sirens going on over here.
Yeah, same in LA.
Yeah, it's a product of it's 42. Yeah, I got it on the Switch. It was re-released with Ground Patrol, I think, which is its arcade sequel. I don't know if Ground Patrol ever got a SNES release. I don't think it did. I actually have it. So this is how nerdy I am. I bought it for the Switch when it came out, and then I saw it for like dirt cheap on the PC. So I own it for the PC as well.
It was always very difficult for me to think of playing a game, much less actually playing a game on PC.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's made easier now that you can plug in a controller, right? But back in the day when you were somewhat bound by keyboard and mouse, that wasn't my thing.
So wait, do you just not play games on PC then?
No, 0%.
See, man, I'm different. I started on PC. Like, my dad was always nerdy and into computers, and I had saved up money, and we kind of pieced up together a little piece. I mean, that was also back in the day when, you know, an okay video card was, you know, $150. Like, to put a PC together back then for most purposes was pretty relatively cheap compared to nowadays.
Right.
And I had put one together, and after school, I was in high school. I want to say, 8th grade. After school, every night it would be America's Army and then Battlefield 2.
Battlefield 2.
That was, I mean, back then I knew every map. Hi, Mike. Mike's back from his microwave bathroom break.
Is he back?
I'm back,
I
baby.
just assume at this point he's got a small pantry in the bathroom so he can just rummage while he pisses.
Well, the kitchen is between me and the bathroom.
So it must be sacrificed every time. I have a
What's
lot
up,
of
Shark Boy?
emulators on the PC. I have like the PS2 emulators are some of the ones I go back to the most, simply because there was a lot of games that came out for PS2 that I never played. Like
We
they
were just
put out-
talking about how I've never played a game on PC before, Mike.
Yeah, he's never PC game.
Madness.
Really?
You don't know what you're missing, PC Master Race hashtag.
Wait, not once?
Mm-mm.
Whoa. That's crazy. I do see the convenience of like a console though, because it's just there. You plug and play.
So,
Yes.
I guess my question is with most games at least being controller friendly, like, are you concerned that you'll jump on a PC with a controller and like the pupils will dilate and it's just like a whole new
No. It's more like if I can't even bring these days, not necessarily previously, but these days, it's rare that I can play a game on a traditional console, much less like I can't even imagine thinking about I'll just play it on a PC. I can't find myself playing a video game anymore. Before you guys signed on, me and Mike were talking about it. I'm like, I don't what was the game that I was using as an example? Mike, I was
Assassin's Creed.
teasing myself with Assassin's Creed Black Flag, which is to say I had it, I think, a year after release, and I thought to myself, you know what? That's going to be the treat that I give myself to play as soon as I have free time. And as soon as free time rolls around, I always find something else to do and not play the video game. So
I would argue once you get into it, it'll suck you in. It's a good game.
I suspect that's true, but maybe that's one of the reasons, just, self-preservation.
But you got it on the Switch. I mean, hell, you could play it when you take.
That's the thing, though. Like Metal Slug, you can pick up and put down, right? Like I can get you play it enough times, you're like, I'm bored. I'm gonna put this down really quick. But if we're talking to the levels of obsession that Mike is talking about in regards to, what is it, Elden Ring, I remember losing days, hours if not days, playing the original Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy VII.
Ooh,
I would just
man,
sit
over
there and play that thing hours on end. Light would come up, I'd look up and it's dark.
There are some good third-party studios. I'll point to the guys who ported over the Crash Bandicoot trilogy. They do a really good job. The biggest issue with consoles is their limitations compared to PC, and that's about it. I mean,
Sure.
and they've closed that gap with the PS5 and the Xbox Series X more and more. And if they do have another console generation, it'll close it further, I'm sure.
I mean,
that's
with some
what
games
we're-
modding too. Like,
Yeah, there's a level of control with the product you buy, you get with a PC, i.e., you can go into configuration files if something's not running right. There's troubleshooting you can do. On a console, shit does just work, but you're locked to, a lot of times you're locked to the frame rate they choose,
Sure.
the graphical settings, even if it's a higher resolution. That's really the only main benefit to PC is the higher level of control in how your game plays and looks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which I don't understand. I don't understand where in development why it's so much different per console to PC and why the ports are so bad. I mean, at a certain point, they're all running off of AMD, I believe, architecture.
Yoji says these days consoles are just mini PCs.
I am interested in a Steam Deck. I'm not gonna lie.
no,
Is it
the battery on this
pricey?
is awful.
Oh, really?
Dude, it's atrocious. It's like 6 hours or something less.
Yeah, but let's say you're traveling, right? It's got to be, considering you can plug it into a monitor and use it as a little mini PC off its own Steam OS. That's pretty neat.
That is pretty neat.
Like, that's the sort of like utilization I'm thinking. Like, I don't see myself sitting for 6 hours playing a mobile device in general. So, like, for me, it'd be like if I'm traveling, I got a little mini computer with me. It's a neat toy, that sort of thing.
Oh wait, no, 83 minutes.
Oh my god. Okay,
Of
that's a lot different
continuous
from 6
play, huh?
hours.
Hey, listen, now I'm gonna buy it.
All right, I live in Chicago, as we all know. I don't think I'd play it on the train out here anyways. Let's be real.
Yeah, no.
Wherever I'm playing it, I would have an outlet to plug it into. I'm just saying.
What, you don't want to get stabbed for it?
I would preferably not be stabbed for my Steam Deck.
Weak.
Right?
Not a true gamer. Weak.
Look, it can't happen again. That's how I lost my DS, okay? That's not true. I used to ride the red line all the way down to the end when I was first dating my wife in my youth.
Into
It's not so...
youths.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Don't do it at night.
Yeah, I've actually been
Yeah.
mugged a couple times while I was asleep.
I have the benefit of looking the way I do, so I don't get approached by that very often.
Considered canceling my analog NT order and getting a Steam Deck instead, but I already have a Switch and too much other shit. Yoji, what are you playing?
Yeah,
I didn't know Yoji
that
was
is
a
the
Switch.
problem. Is got a Switch. I like the new Xbox too. I think it's a pretty impressive piece of hardware.
I mean, the nice thing about consoles is that you know that whatever you buy is gonna run. You know,
Yeah, there won't be. I mean,
it's separate.
usually,
Is there a danger of that if you're playing on PC?
Yeah.
well, yeah, there's
Yeah.
a danger of. I mean, day one, just games. I mean, look at Elden Ring had a little bit of that issue. Look at Cyberpunk.
Mm-hmm.
Cyberpunk really
yeah,
got the
every
shit
computer is
on the,
different too,
you know,
so they're like not always optimized. You know, whereas like Xbox, it's easy for them. They can just one click, bam, it's all together.
Yeah, I will say there has been instances of games not being booting and shit day one, but the thing about that is the community's different. Like, like the thing is, like, if a console game comes out and it doesn't run, that's a large market share. Like, PC gamers are also more tolerant, I'd say, of like, they're gonna get a fucking update. It's gonna update.
Day one
Where
patch.
console gamers are like, I just bought this. It should run. It's a console. Like,
Right.
PC gamers are kind of trained at this point to be like, they'll update it, and if they don't, Steam will refund it, I guess. What recourse do you have as a console player if a product releases, i.e. Cyberpunk, and is just the shits?
Oh, here's an advantage. Price.
Yes.
I mean, we have
Consoles
also
are more
price
economical.
options. You know, Steam sales, and then
Oh yeah,
a bunch
for
of
the
indie
software,
games
yeah.
too, like a bunch of games that you can't get, you know, like on console until they like pop off, and then you can. So that, I mean, that's two advantages. Like, I get the console thing though. I really get it.
Well, I mean, look how long it took them to get Rust. They
Is
just
there
got
also
Rust
did
Yeah,
they
they
also
got
release
Rust.
things at a different frequency between console and PC?
Well, when you got a market like Steam that really isn't super heavily regulated, there's always shit releasing, you know? But on the consoles, much like Apple and whatnot, they regulate all that. So also, you know, some games aren't made, they're made for PC architectures or indie titles, shit like that. They got to be ported over.
You see, Eric, we can play hentai on Steam.
Hey,
okay?
Whiteboardist, thank you for the
Alrighty.
21 months
Okay.
resub. Much appreciated.
With
All right,
console,
your
you can
console
play,
play hentai? I don't think so.
with the console, you can play some of your old 360 titles, not all of them. But
Thanks, buddy.
that is a great advantage to having an Xbox. I do agree. I will say, if you do have Xbox Game Pass, you can stream through the cloud to your PC any Game Pass title that is 360 as well. So
Oh, that's nice.
you can technically play 360 titles via Game Pass on your PC. Some of them, select titles.
What's up, Whiteboardist? Thanks, buddy. You know, Xbox Game Pass, man, that's a great deal.
Yeah. They have PC games too.
That is the nice thing about PC gaming, though. If like Steam doesn't have it on sale, there's 8 other fucking sources. Like if you're on Xbox, you have the Xbox Market.
Okay,
Oh, what's up,
Whiteboardist.
Whiteboarders? You good?
No, apparently he's not good. Or at least he's not
going on?
great.
That's why we ask.
Oh, a lot of free to play games too.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd say for every split gate you have fucking 30 games no one will ever play after downloading it the first time.
True.
Well, with Xbox's new thing, you could cloud a lot of that shit too, which is maybe that's the future. Although I don't know, I don't see myself doing it right now. Microsoft wants to be a game streaming company, not just a console maker, which is smart.
Sure. Listen.
Although I will say, Stadia isn't proving to be the best success, but I don't think they played it right.
I'd say consoles are very casual, whereas PC is mostly for tryhards.
Really?
I don't know, man. You know how many fucking
True.
people play Warzone on Xbox and PlayStation?
Yeah,
Those
no,
are all
man,
tryhards.
they're real. Yeah, especially those games, man. People who just
that's true.
when it comes to the new, not necessarily. I don't know about Battlefield these days, at least,
Nobody's playing that fucking game.
right? Well, they kind of ran that franchise into the ground, but I was one of the Call of Duty boys where every year the same reskin game. I was lined up, man. Come November,
I'm still one of those guys.
and I always knew it was November because that's my birthday, and it was always a birthday treat. New Call of Duty game. But yeah, no, not anymore. But yes, I was a diehard in that regard.
I mean, I'm going to argue if you play Warzone, and I include myself in this, you are a tryhard in that realm because nobody wants to sit there for 35 minutes and come out with a loss.
Yeah, no, you're not casually playing Warzone.
The people who try to play it casually stop playing it.
You know what? I will. You know what? I did play casually more than not.
Metal Slug.
No. It was Warzone.
All right.
It was the cash. It was the cash money Warzone because you could respawn.
Oh yeah, the Plunder.
Plunder. Yes, I love Plunder.
They have something kind of like that. It's the Resurgence, which is as long as one of your teammates is alive, you'll be respawned within a certain amount of time.
Well, that's not too shabby.
And it's also smaller battles. So like, I will give credit to Warzone, at least in the other map. I don't know anything historical for this one, but in the original Warzone map they were doing, they basically just took historical landmarks and shit. Like the Resurgence map you were playing on was essentially Alcatraz. And there's videos that compare the actual Alcatraz to the modeling in the game. It was quite impressive.
Stadia was unsuccessful because it was Google. Google half-asses everything and then kills it after wasting a ton of money. Google Glass, Google Plus. There's a graveyard full of Google projects that just kind of fell to the wayside.
The Google graveyard.
Google Graveyard.
They haven't abandoned that yet, though. That's still going strong.
Now you can bury your children.
Do you need more body cloud storage space? Say what?
Crap, you guys.
Do you want
Jinpai went right to dead kids.
Yeah, he went right to
Played that card so quick.
yeah,
That's my default.
just dead kids. Who stole the last piece of pizza? Dead kids. What?
What?
What happened? Nothing. I didn't eat it.
Jinpai is still on Dead Baby Joke Twitter.
Damn.
He's got that old book of tasteless jokes.
We're being targeted here, man.
Targeted.
You know, I don't think you guys are welcoming my disabilities, dude.
It's like, I'm
Mental
sorry
disability.
we're all not dead kid enthusiasts around here. I apologize for misreading the room.
They don't have Mickey Mouse porn?
All right.
Whoa,
Okay.
boy.
All right, that one flopped.
that wasn't enough.
Two Oak wants to know when Indie Fox is coming back to Twitch.
Oh my god. Jesus, too. As soon as possible.
Whenever Dr. Disrespect comes back.
Uh-oh. Got some bad news for her then.
Congratulations, Mike. You're now banned for saying his name. One of our new Twitch policies.
Good clap timing. Very good.
Did you guys hear about the chess master who streamed Dr. Disrespect playing chess and got his ass suspended?
No.
No.
All he did was stream him playing chess, and his account got suspended.
Why?
It's
Why did they
based
have it
on-
out for the guy?
Well, they didn't have it out for the guy. They are just banning. And like, if Mike right now brought up
No,
a
no.
Dr.
I mean, like, why do they have
Disrespect
it out for Dr.
Oh.
Disrespect?
You're never gonna find out because they NDA'd it away behind money. I guarantee you, Twitch paid him a handsome sum. He's NDA'd. He'll never reveal. Nobody will ever find out why he got banned until he's done streaming.
I think it might have been a publicity stunt.
Well, there's the rumors of the financials, like he was negotiating with whatchamacallit before they collapsed,
Right.
Mixer. And then once Ninja and Shroud were available, they were basically like, well, fuck this guy. He tried to do deals behind our back. And that's a rumor, though. Nobody knows for sure.
So I think that he had signed a contract with YouTube, and then he's like, "Oh shit, I'm gonna create this whole big conspiracy, and people are gonna be so interested, and then last minute we're gonna drop that we're on YouTube, so that way, you know, it like brings everybody over."
Maybe, but why would
But then-
Twitch play along with it?
Yeah,
and
but
ban
then
him
why?
like
Yeah,
that?
why would they go into legal disputes?
He could have
Yeah,
done
like-
something against TOS or something like that.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Why would you're really burning a fucking bridge at that point, are you not? Like, that's a huge, like, he lost 2/3 of his audience.
That's
Right.
true. That's true.
Like, you're taking a huge hit with, that's not a good stunt. I mean, if that's what the agenda was, that was miscalculated.
Remember when Ninja left to Mixer and then Twitch started redirecting to other Fortnite YouTubers or Fortnite Twitch streamers channels?
Yes.
That was a big thing.
I did another Fortnite stream. I am 100% unbeaten in that fucking game.
Huh.
I've played, I think, 10 matches now, one with you and the rest with Alex. Have not lost a match.
Damn.
Damn. The House of W's.
Now that they got rid of building, I don't think these 10-year-olds know what the fuck to do.
They're bringing it back.
Oh, are they really? That sucks.
But I think they're making a separate game mode without building too.
Yeah, I don't want to build. I just want to shoot things in the face and win.
Yeah, me too.
But what about building?
I can't build a hotel anymore.
So like fucking Minecraft, go build somewhere else.
Wait, they got rid of what? Wasn't that a key mechanic in that game?
Yeah, like a big mechanic.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
More than a big mechanic, it was the whole.
The new Ninja
Yeah.
Pirate. Sure. I'll even get a patch. Fuck it.
Yeah, they turned it basically into Apex with like sprinting and like.
Right. So since only
So
a
you
few
can't
weeks-
build like ramps and buildings
Nothing.
and structures anymore?
Nada.
Not right now.
What?
They're bringing it back in a few days, but I think they were using it to test a new game mode.
Hell, they got me to play it again. Fuck building.
Yeah, right.
I was like, let's try it out. Then we did a stream with it because it was like, fucking, I don't have to build. I just get to have some fun.
I just
a
get to
very
shoot
much
these
like-
kids in the face.
Yeah, these poor 10-year-olds. Every time I slaughter them, they go running to mommy. I wonder, like, I would really like to know the age bracket of the people I'm playing, to be honest.
Very young.
Yeah, if I found out they legitimately were like fucking 10, I don't know.
3 or 4
would-
years old.
You go
I
even
would
harder at them.
uninstall it immediately. They're 10-year-olds playing on their cell phone as well. Sorry, you don't have accurate aiming, bitch.
Yeah, give your mom a cell phone back.
Anyways, I'm destroying those kids.
Nerd, you want to go again?
Not right now.
I'm coming for you as well. You better get out of this town, you bitch. You should
You
die,
bitch.
you bitch.
Oh my.
Can we take a moment to recognize this master at work on these shadow details? You are using that
I
term.
was.
You are not using that term correctly, friend. But thank you. Thank you.
I think they are. Master
Looking
of
pretty
work.
good, actually.
By the way, I'm not watching your stream at all. Hold on.
Simping isn't bad.
This is
Simping
outrageous.
is king shit.
Oh, here we go. Got it. That's it.
I have to teabag them. Teabagging is essential. Teabagging should be reserved for just for giving it back to somebody who started. Never be the
being such a fucking simp.
never be the first teabagger.
Always be the third.
Yeah.
Third in line.
Sloppy seconds.
A Jedi never uses teabagging in offensive ways. Only defensive.
Only defensive teabagging.
Yes.
I actually want to see what a defensive teabag looks like.
The old defensive to bag.
This is a move you never want to use, but if you have to, what is it called, Master? Defensive teabag. What did you say? Defensive teabag. I'm not going to
You
say
heard
it
me.
Yeah.
You heard me.
Don't make me repeat myself.
He's trying to teach it in shadow. The other Jedi's like, "Are you fucking stop teaching that? We told you." Shut up. He has to learn it.
Hey, Pineapple. Thank you, Pineapple.
Pin pineapple pin. Remember that shit, man? What happened to that?
What happened to what now?
Yeah,
I
what?
got a pin. I got an apple. Apple pin.
I mean,
I think you made this up. Jen.
I think it died like it should have.
Damn.
only because I don't remember it at all.
It's called Pin Pineapple Pin.
I'm gonna look it up right now. Fuck it. Pin pineapple pin.
Oh boy.
Somebody in chat, back me up. I'm not. They're gaslighting me.
Nobody's gaslighting you.
You gotta be
Yeah.
gaslit.
Oh, it's a stale meme. PPAP was a thing.
I have to watch an ad now because of this. Blech.
Yeah, get fucked. That was the whole scheme.
Making you watch an ad. He did it.
Congratulations, dude.
Wait,
You won this round, Jin.
I
You
know.
won this time.
I can't believe you got me to watch this. I feel like I was fucking Rick rolled.
I'm being gaslit. I'm being gaslit. I'm being gaslit.
Oh boy. He looks like a reject Tekken character.
Jesus.
Come on, with all that leopard print.
What?
That's true.
All right. You know what? I don't even want to know.
Oh, see?
It's,
No,
I thought you were about to go look, Mike. I was
I'm
gonna
just
say, like,
disappointed in the total.
if
lack
you
of
go
buffalo.
look, Jin wins twice.
That's true. Don't do it.
No.
I want you to know I just gave that video a dislike because of you.
Huh? Yeah. Now leave a nasty comment.
Just to be like, fuck your leopard print.
Yeah. Now dox.
What if
them.
he reads it and he's just like, why you gotta be such a dick, man? It just hurts his feelings.
Yeah. It's like nerds being a real Seth Rogen on the internet.
Oh boy.
Wait,
What
what's
are you
Seth
talking
Rogen
about?
do?
You should love to have your car rifled through. You should hope living in a big city somebody points a gun at you one day.
Seth Rogen.
That guy
Well,
has.
What
that
the
guy
fuck's wrong with
needs-
that guy? He needs what?
He's
He needs his
fucking
medication.
bananas,
He
dude.
needs his
He-
medication, man.
He does need
He
medication.
defends everything terrible. Like literally, people go on Twitter and they're like, "Oh man, I got mugged. This city sucks." And he's like, "I've lived in LA and never been mugged." Fuck you, Seth Rogen. Fuck.
Fucking asshole.
He's such a
What's
tool.
he doing?
He's on Twitter attacking. Like he's one of
Yeah.
these like keyboard warrior Twitter. Like he lives on Twitter.
Yeah, he lives on Twitter. He DMs people on Twitter.
He tells him,
Yeah, like
He asked them if
it's
they're
old
Jewish.
Xbox Call of Duty. Yeah, he did do that, didn't he? Oh, fucking
Are you-
psycho.
Dude, he's like a fucking.
psychopath, dude.
Are you Jewish? I don't think so.
I'm
Yeah.
Jewish.
You wanna pay for my my identity test?
Oh man.
I mean, here's another thing. Here's a literal tweet from him. Did my mother just email the head of a major studio to get them to hurry up and greenlight our movie? Yes, she did. Why would you tweet that?
God, man, what happened to that guy? He was funny, right? I didn't. That wasn't a
Was
feature.
it?
There was a point. There was a point.
When?
Super-
Give me a time when
bad-
Seth Rogen was funny.
super bad and
40-year-old.
Not
He was like a
Russian.
little. Okay, let me say it like this. Give me a time when Seth Rogen was funny when he was supposed to carry the movie. Superbad, he was like a side character.
knocked up.
Knocked up.
And
Yeah,
I,
that was-
No.
I would argue,
that was
I would
good.
argue
wasn't
he
it?
was pretty funny in
Freaks
40 Year Old
and
Virgin
Geeks,
as well.
maybe?
Freaks and Geeks. He
Yeah,
was
yeah,
good.
but he was just part of an ensemble though. That sausage movie, the animated movie they made was just fucking terrible.
Is that funny?
I did not like that.
It's
movie
funny
at
that you
all.
referred to it as a sausage movie because I think that's what it was called, right?
Sausage Party, I think.
Mm.
He is very. Yeah, Jimbo's right. He's very woke, and he's one of these people where if you don't kind of like agree with his agenda or you tweet anything besides that, he'll attack you on Twitter.
It's right. It's weird.
I mean, not just on Twitter. He'll go into your DMs and be like, "You fucker."
Yeah,
That guy needs medication.
He's unhinged. I think the problem with it is all he does. He's just bored and he just smokes pot all day. And he's just one of these guys. If he's not doing anything, he sits at home on the
You know,
phone.
he actually doesn't smoke weed. Not as much.
Maybe he needs to start then.
Which
Go
one?
back
Then
to
maybe,
it.
then maybe he needs to stop being such a fucking poser because his Twitter is full of nothing but weed shit.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I mean he is like, literally that's his persona. I will say he was good in the Pam and Tommy thing.
Oh yeah, he was good in
Did
Batman.
not
yeah,
require
sure.
him to be funny, so he was good.
Right, right.
Yeah,
was
but
alright, right?
also to Eric's point, that side actor, part of an ensemble.
Yeah, was not even the main attraction. He was actually like the main character for 2 episodes and then disappeared for a while.
Pineapple Express was funny, with him and James Brown.
I like that movie.
Comedy
too, yeah.
special
Yeah, sure,
was
sure,
really
sure.
bad. There were just a lot of really not good dick jokes and shit.
Which one?
He had a comedy
He
special.
had one benefiting like some kind of charity.
That's
I
how
don't-
memorable it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just remember it was bad.
Yeah, no, I did not see that.
I mean, really pissed off tens of thousands of white supremacists with our new show, Satanic, whatever it's called.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know.
things like
I
that
don't.
where
I don't
you're
have
like,
any
what the
idea what
hell?
it's about. But like, just the entitlement that you have. Like that's not you're literally promoting your product on the back of a fucking agenda. Like it's pathetic.
Right.
Wait, what was the movie? The End of the World, or This Is the End?
This
Okay, I
Yeah,
like
think
that
it's
movie.
that one was,
That was good.
I do like
But-
that movie.
but also, I
once
mean-
again, ensemble.
ensemble. He does well when there are lots of other phony people around him.
I'm gonna say out of that entire group, Danny McBride is
Danny
the best.
McBride is by far
He's a
and away.
carry, man. You know, like
I
he did
thought
it
the
with
Chevy
Pineapple
Chase-
Express. He did
Yeah.
it with.
Okay,
Yeah.
so a lot of people come at me and talk shit to me on Twitter, hoping I'll engage them, and instead I DM them and tell them to go fuck themselves privately, like a coward. Like, cause then it's blocked. It's immediately blocked. And I don't know. Oh, they have okay, that was the thing. So he called people, I'm going to assume religious folk, who did not like the idea of them taking a Santa Claus and turning it into a animated show called Santa Inc. Or yeah. So I don't know. And I've actually read about that. Basically, those white supremacists he's talking about are people whose kids watched it and overtly religious people. And you do probably have a fair amount of right-wing bastards as well. But
Sure.
because, yeah, at this point, he's such a figurehead for the left that, like, anything that he does, you're going to have that section of the right wing that hates it just because he's who he is.
Just wait, Seth. They're coming for you too, man.
Oh yeah, no. When you put yourself in leagues with people like that, they're always, it only works as long as you've got somebody to point at. But once you fuck up, and you will, because nobody,
Inevitably.
nobody can live up to the expectations of that kind of weird, hyper progressive group of people. So when inevitably the day comes where you fuck up and you do something that they dislike, they will fucking bury you.
And they love to do that, you know?
Yeah.
I like how it's like, oh, he doesn't smoke that much weed. Literally, it's him using this gigantic lighter to light his blunt on his Twitter. Which, I mean, who am I to talk
Well, he
about people
caters
who
to
don't
his
do
stoner audience, I think.
Well, that's his only audience. Them and the whoever he aligns with politically. Which I'm not going to dog doing that. That's do you. But, you know, when you're attacking
That's a
people-
smart business tactic, right? Until they turn on you. They're just waiting too, man.
I am waiting for, like, you know, I hope there's nothing out there. But I am kind of waiting for that, like, Me Too moment with him.
You think
I
that's
think-
it?
No.
You think that's
I
how
think-
they'll get him?
I think if a person of his caliber, he's a high target. So I think if there was any kind of stuff like that, I think we would know.
So like they can't get him on that. Is that what you're saying, Mike?
Point out Weinstein, the industry protects people it values. That's all I'm going to say.
No,
But
listen,
not
yeah,
that
yeah,
much, I don't.
right? But
You
again,
don't think so?
fucking, he's not Weinstein.
Not yeah.
I'm not saying
yeah.
he's Weinstein. I'm just saying I don't. They protect people that they value, right? If he falls out,
Yeah.
if his opinion changes, and he starts, let's say Seth Rogen was far right, he'd already be ousted. He'd be gone.
Well, he would have been ousted for being
Well,
far
he
right,
starts enough
but not
beef on
ousted
Twitter
for.
that somebody would Twitter out him.
I mean, he's still acting regularly. He's got fair freedom to run his mouth, and none of the mainstream media dogs him. The only media that ever goes after him for anything he does is clearly the right wing because they got the bone to pick.
Yeah. Well, I don't think anything untoward, a la
I
Kevin
doubt-
Spacey,
yeah, I don't
has
think-
happened. Because
Oh
I
God,
think
no!
I think if it was anything like that, I think it would have. He would have been. They would have strung him up along with everybody else. Because look at James Franco.
Which he also. came
Did
out
they
and
string up
just-
James Franco?
Yeah, James
Yeah, 'cause-
Franco.
Yeah.
Well, James Franco.
What?
And well,
Somewhat,
Franco.
yeah.
Well, frankly,
He's bad.
Franco actually did some shit.
Yeah.
He
What
made,
So
happened?
he
he made-
basically
yeah.
he has that college that
He made a
I believe
fake
it's an art school or something.
Yeah, he made up a school.
And
What?
basically he would just have his students sleep with him.
Yes.
Yeah, he used it as like, and the way he described it is he slept with several students, but
Yeah.
he used it somewhat as an avenue to get chicks.
Yeah.
Essentially.
He made it.
Wait, James Frank? Who the fuck am I thinking about?
the guy
I
from
don't know.
Pineapple Express.
The guy, the squinty guy.
He was the guy. He was
Yeah.
Peter Parker's friend in the original
Yeah, he was the
Spider-Man
Green
trilogy.
Goblin's.
Wait, tell it to me again, because you guys were all talking over each other. What happened?
He was just like he had this college thing he was doing, and he fucked several students.
Yeah, it was an acting school. It wasn't like an accredited university.
Basically,
It was
he used it
was
to sleep
DeVry.
with him at the end of the
He
day.
was
Yeah.
he was an adjunct professor at DeVry.
Man. Yes, but there is some merit to it. It wasn't just talking, because he actually had to settle out of court to the tune of a couple million, I think, to a few ladies.
Yeah, I think collectively with him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit,
So
man,
like,
I missed that one.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't even hear about it.
so like his cancellation, again, these are all adults. These are all consenting adults, but it's still shady as fuck. He's like, yeah, it's me.
That is the thing, is like, no matter what, it's not favorable, because it's like, yeah, but you're a dirtbag.
Yeah.
Like, no matter what, you're
Yeah,
still
no.
shit.
Yeah, call me Professor Daddy.
Oh man, call me Peter Parker's
Call him what
best
now?
friend. Call me Harry.
Yeah.
Call me the
Harry.
Green Goblin.
Yeah.
Call me Harry Osborn.
Yeah. Suck Harry Osborn's cock.
You want to see acting? Have you seen Spider-Man 3? Huh? Fuck Shakespeare.
You
I
act
was
as
the
Mary
Green Goblin
Jane.
too.
I'll be the Green Goblin.
Here, put on
Pretty
this,
sure he made that noise
put on this Willem Dafoe mask and give me head.
too.
Trust me, I know a lot about acting. I've acted before. Freaks and Geeks,
Frank
heard
was
of it?
also not a
Yeah.
great actor. I don't know about that one movie where he's stuck in a rock. I think he was.
Oh.
I've never seen that either.
100 and some hours? I didn't see
Yeah,
that shit.
120. I've never seen it.
No,
Apparently, he's
zero
pretty good
interest.
at that, right?
Well,
For one thing, it's like the movie's a rock climbing movie, and then it's like a disaster movie, but very small scale.
he
Wow.
also tried to pick up underage
Favorite job?
girls on Instagram. Ay,
Knowing that they were
oh,
underage.
Hachi machi.
Yeah, that is the difference. Like, if you don't know they're underage and then you find out and you drop
Yeah.
it, like
Yeah, no,
there was
yeah.
another celebrity that did that was catching shit. That one comedian, Chris D'Elia.
Chris D'Elia.
Yeah, did
Yeah.
he know? Because you're
I
right.
think
that's
that
the
there was a thing about child porn. It's really sad because he
No,
was
no,
like,
no, no, no. That was conflated because what
Oh.
came out was he had the receipts, and he was talking to this girl. As soon as she told him she wasn't 18, he dropped her, like ghosted her, and that's what prompted those things to even come out in the first place. Like he
I
wasn't
think
doing
that there
anything.
was
He
something
ghosted
about
her,
child
and then
porn, though, about
they
him
got
possessing
upset,
it.
and then they started coming out.
Well,
Jeez.
he was a womanizer. I mean, he's still a dirtbag, right? But nothing he did was illegal.
Mm.
He was also
But-
cheating on his wife, which is no bueno.
That's nobody's business. I mean, that's between him and his
yeah,
wife, though.
yeah, that's not illegal. I mean, yeah, scumbag, yes, but
Like, yeah, you can have an opinion and say, okay, that's a shitty thing to do, cheating on your wife, but she's still with him.
right, like Doctor
They found some
Disrespect.
sort of peace. Yeah, yeah.
Doctor cheats on his wife.
He did it at
How
least once.
dare
and
you?
Have you ever seen that video?
Of him cheating on his
Where-
wife, Doctor Disrespect.
No, that's I'll spread that later. No, the him admitting it on air and like breaking
No.
down.
No,
Oh,
why would you
shit.
do that on air?
So
My
oh,
God.
no,
would you do that on air?
he specifically went live as Guy Beam.
Hey, guy here. You know, no mullet,
Basically.
fucking wig, and all that other shit.
No, still had the mustache, and he's just basically like, I fucked up, guys. And he's like, I'm gonna take some time off and blah blah blah, and then that was it. No green screen, nothing. It was just him in like
Oh,
a baseball cap.
I fucking hate
Listen,
it.
I can't take anybody serious whose name is Guy. No, I'm just joking.
Hey, Guy.
Hey,
It's gotta get confusing in a bar fight. Guy, with me? Huh?
dude, just
Although it is,
No,
fucking-
another guy.
dude, write a statement. You know, don't do the YouTube apology, or in this case, live stream Twitch apology.
YouTube apologies are the worst. Dude.
Oh,
I
God,
feel like
the
that
YouTube
might be more
apology.
sincere though. Is like doing a live. Like,
No,
video.
it's not though. It's fucking
You don't think?
awkward. No, it's just a
And
different
it
version
always
of the
comes
YouTube
off as
apology.
disingenuous.
I made a severe and continuous
Right.
lapse in judgment.
Yeah, turn the music off. Hang on, hang on. Yeah, turn the gamer lighting off. Hang on, we got to go heart to heart. Let me pull in this frame real quick. All right, now I'm gonna
Dude,
use
I
my
love the
serious
Logan
YouTube
Paul
voice.
one, man. It's such a meme.
Yeah, no, but like that's what I mean. It's absurd. Like, yeah, write a statement, make a post if you're feeling that bad, or if you just need to inform your audience. But just leave it at that. If it's that,
So
yeah,
I try not to have any emotion on stream. I'm like not to be an asshole,
yeah,
but like yesterday the reason I took off because of the anniversary of my mom's passing. I didn't want any chance of that, so I just didn't go live. Like, I get there's a certain like you feel maybe you owe it a bit to your audience, but with so many avenues of like online talking to people, why would you post? Why would you stream that?
yeah. No, thank you.
They probably have managers telling them to do it too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Either
look
that or
into
the
the
wife
camera
was
and
like,
look really as sincere as possible.
or what if his wife was like, "Yo, we'll work on it, but tell your fucking audience what you did."
Tell him.
What did the chat say? That's my real question.
Yeah, right. Because then you got the chat going too, and they're fucking dropping like try hard emote.
The try hard.
Yeah.
That is the funny thing. It's like, oh, doctor, just all the sound alerts going off.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
you don't want to hear like
check
pew,
our
pew,
views.
pew, in the middle of breaking down about cheating on your wife.
Yeah,
Where's the
somebody's-
fucking goddamn chat? I need this shit.
I
Oh,
don't
there's
know.
chat. I found it.
I don't know, guys. I fucked up. Hydrate. What?
Yeah.
I found it, dude. I found the chat.
What, from that confession?
Yes.
Are they supportive, or is it like what a
Oh, my
piece
God.
of
Watching
shit
it
this
now.
guy is?
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, no, he's got chat going. It's so weird.
Where the outfit at though? Who is that?
Send me the link, Jumpai. I want to see.
Oh man, I can't believe this shit. All right, here you go. Holy fuck. Doc, we are here for you.
Doctor
No.
Disrespect cheats on wife is the fucking video. Yeah, no, but like that's what I'm talking about, man. People are gonna fucking meme on you. It's never not gonna be silly.
Where did you post
They're
it?
all supportive.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Very
Yeah, I
interesting.
figured they would be. That's why he went live.
I was really hoping there was gonna be CAC W's.
Pepe, you just see a fucking Pepe memes. Pepe tears.
If he's wearing a hat with his brand on it, I swear I'll lose it.
Hearing him out of character is weird.
How's it? What does
Doc
he
was
sound?
so committed to his character, he even disrespected his wife. Damn.
Somebody wrote that?
Yeah, no, not in the chat on
Oh.
YouTube.
Okay. Man, he really is Dr. Disrespect. Look at him disrespecting his vows.
Somebody
Hang
said
in
that
there,
his
buddy,
wife
you're
clearly
not a-
said the only way for him to feel the hurt,
Yeah.
shame, and embarrassment that she
Yeah.
felt when he cheated is to confess to your audience without your costume and character to hide behind. That had to be
Yeah,
really
I
tough.
guarantee you, she was like, "Go tell him what you fucking did.
Tell him. Tell him, you
Announce
whore.
it to the world."
one. Doc, I've been unfaithful. Dude in chat, hang in there, buddy. You're not alone.
Yeah, right. Like, what the? I saw that one.
You're
Get
not
yourself
alone.
right with family, Doc. Yeah, he said you're not alone, and it's like you're cheating on your wife too.
Oh no, was there a sponsored ad by Gillette? No fucking way.
He was at this point, yeah.
Well, he starts off the stream with a merch plug, huh?
Did he really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't plug his merch in the middle of the apology. Listen, guys, I
Get some new hats and mustaches.
cheated on my wife. But also, 20% off 20% off our hot infidelity Dr. Disrespect t-shirts.
Join the Champions Club now for the only streamer who cheats on his wife openly. All right, I'm gonna jump out for a bit, see if I can get the wife up from her nap.
All right, buddy.
We'll see. I'll have to Elden Ring her.
He's crying because his wife confiscated his mullet and shades.
His character
Was that the
punishment.
chat? No. It's all,
All right,
YouTube
guys.
comments, of course.
Have a fun rest of the stream. If
Wow.
you're still going, I'll jump on in a bit.
Okay, buddy. My
Bye.
goodness.
They don't call him the two-time for nothing.
Oh man.
I think that's funny as fuck. He calls himself the two-time.
Yeah, well, he was 2-time, and so it makes sense. God. That is wild, though.
Fucking nuts, man.
The first time I saw a YouTube apology, I forget who it was, but it was so uncomfortable and ridiculous to watch. This is years ago. This is like 2015, that era of YouTube. And it was somebody, and it was like, you know, clearly they
Wait,
made...
why uncomfortable and ridiculous, dude?
Because it's one of those, you know, most YouTubers don't do somber videos. So I forget what entertainer it was, but you know, they're doing whatever content, you know, whatever their normal irreverent content is, and then but then when it comes time for apology video, then it's like, okay, you know, dim the lights, you know, put the sad music
No
on.
RGB lighting, please.
Right. Yeah, makeup off. Now I've got to use my sad voice. I've got to make non-breaking eye contact with no jokes.
Ooh, daisies. I cheated on my wife. Uh-oh.
What's up, LPC Tunnel Rat?
What is that, dude? Uh-oh.
Yeah, he sounds like a birthday clown.
Gulp.
Well, here I go cheating on my wife again.
Seemed like he's cheated on his wife again, so I guess that's good, right?
Wait, has he? Or he hasn't?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, that's something then.
As long as he only did it once.
Chimpai's like, hey, we all been there. I cheat on your wife too, Doc.
What was that, dude?
Just stretching.
Oh, I thought you just grunt exhale.
Stretching my old bones.
My weary bones.
Yes, my weary bones. Getting stretched.
This original costume design for Morbius the Vampire is ridiculous, dude. I love it.
The movie one?
No, the comic book one. He's got like little vampire wings under his arms, and he's got like a big V collar going on. Pretty awesome. I love it.
Are you doing a commission or something?
No. I'm trying to. I'll tell you later. This is issue 6 stuff, baby.
Oh, I see.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna run and put away some groceries and do some goon shit. I will talk to you guys later.
Okay, later, buddy.
Get out of here.
Good talk.
Talk to you later.
Hey.
Dude, I'm getting out of here.
Perfect.
What is that? Where's that from?
That's from him. That's him.
You
saying-
offended him so much? Is that what happened?
Probably. I probably said something crazy.
Something racy.
Yeah,
Something racists.
maybe. He always gets He always gets out of sorts when I say crazy shit. When I say the hyper
Do you
ridiculous.
make Jin nervous?
I think so. I think he gets nervous less for himself, more for me, because he's very aware of Twitch policies and just the nature of social media as a whole. And he knows I actively wander into the hyper irreverent, say some things that certain people would not appreciate.
That's always been your kind of brand of asshole, right? You're like, whatever.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I pride myself on saying the things that you probably shouldn't say.
Do you come to regret it at any point later on, or no?
Nah, mostly I just having fun with it. And I think that being my North Star is my intent. So no. I wonder what would happen if Twitch staff visited. I used to have a Twitch staffer come around these parts. What was his name? Chuck something?
I know what happened. You chased Chuck away.
I just stopped coming around. I guess it wasn't his cup of tea.
He was like, I can't be associated with this fellow. I can't be here, man.
This guy's breaking every rule in the book.
If I stick around, I'm going to be compelled to report this guy to me.
God, I mean, I can't believe I forgot that guy's name.
It's Chuck. We'll just forever know him as Chuck.
I mean, it might as well be Chuck.
Stupid,
no idea.
forgetful Michael.
I was listening to you know Eric July, don't you, Mike?
Name
Young
sounds familiar.
Young Ripa.
Oh yes.
Okay. So he was saying something pretty interesting about it's interesting / controversial in the sense that somebody was making a point to say, hey, is the term like taking a white character, turning them into black versus taking a black character and turning them into white, right? And how one is so much more accepted and is actually okay to do because it's not really integral to their character as opposed to the other way. And he made a point to turning Ariel into a black girl, for instance, because it's not important for Ariel to be white, even though originally it's the default, and that's the shield that they put up to everything. It was the default back then, so naturally she had been, but it's not really integral to their character, right? Whereas if you were to take Black Panther and turn them into a white person, that would be not okay. Now he sort of dissected that concept, but there's this one thing that he said near the end, because the person who went on a tweet thread, by the way, this is Twitter, so that it's level of crazy.
Okay.
Right. At the end of that tweet thread, they said, try X amount of years of oppression and see how it feels. And his point was, now keep in mind, for those who don't know and are listening, Eric July is a black dude, right? He goes, you were not oppressed. You yourself were not oppressed. Why are you taking that victimhood on? Which was an interesting concept.
Right. So he's talking about the generational trauma of it.
Correct. I think in a way, yes. Yes, I think specifically.
I often wonder about that.
That on? Yeah, I want to pick somebody's brain about that from both sides of that fence, to say, like, why is that important to you to hold on to that, and why is it not important to you, and to move on from that, right? I think oh gosh, who is the young gentleman that went in front of Congress, Coleman Hughes, and said, I don't think this is worth, I don't think reparations are the right way to go, and he gave his case for. And Ta-Nehisi Coates went in front of Congress, and and then Ta-Nehisi Coates went in there and gave his case again towards reparations. It's an interesting conversation to have, and I often think like I wonder why they take that generational generational burden on. Is it to help stand up their perspective, right?
I don't know. I truly I don't know. I mean, lots of cultures do. I mean, take Jewish people for example. They're very, very, very aware of their generational trauma and the victimhood of their ancestors, as they've been persecuted for thousands of years at this point. So
still to this day, right?
Right. Yeah, of course. But to be honest, I wasn't raised that way, so I can't really wade into this with any personal experience. I mean,
sure.
Obviously.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of want to ask questions to people who have, right? Like, who were raised that way.
I mean, listen. If the DNA tests are true, then clearly my ancestors were indigenous and had some pretty horrific things happen.
Did you really take a DNA test?
Yeah. I'm 60% like indigenous Americas. I don't think the test was able to get into the nitty gritty.
Interesting.
But I don't know from that. I don't know anything about that at all. Right. And I don't particularly care one way or another.
Right.
So I guess I have a tough time putting myself in the mindset of a person who was raised with all that burden, that ancestral burden. I wonder if you just forget it.
I found that point fascinating.
Do you think there is any merit to the Little Mermaid argument that it doesn't matter that she's like the Little Mermaid's whiteness doesn't matter because it doesn't play any part of
short of
who the character
short
is.
of the original author's intent?
Right. Yeah, short of the original author making her white because he was Scandinavian, I believe.
I believe that should be enough to stand, right?
Sure.
If you're going to create, I mean, for me, that's enough to say like, hey, that's what it was. So I'm just going to stick to that,
Right.
Whether or not it's critical to their character, I think you're trying to find reasons at that point. That's just me.
I do wonder about it because I know how I feel about representation in media, and it's complete indifference.
Yes, same.
But I know other people feel very strongly the other way.
Yeah.
So having it not be my lived reality, needing that representation, it's tough for me to wrap my mind around.
Yeah. Same.
I'm assuming young Ripa feels similarly.
What's that? That it's not his lived reality? Yeah.
Well, about representation that way.
He's a bit more aggressive about it, right? Like he believes that there's a whole generation of people who are constantly living in that state of victimhood because it benefits their inability to cope, nor have they built themselves up to be able to cope. So rather than sort of build the strength from within, and this is where I think this is where he's coming from a libertarian perspective, right? You are at liberty to do what you need to do in order to rise above whatever situation that you're in. And this is the country to do it in. This is the environment to do it in. And no other time in history has that been more possible. And some people would disagree with him. You know, there are times when I think, you know, when you see, what are those scenes? Oh yeah, there's a scene in Back to the Future when he goes back to old school, whatever the heck that city was. Do you remember that?
Hill Valley.
Wilsonville? Hill Valley, yeah. Hold on.
Hey, Pink.
Excuse me, I'm coughing up a storm over here.
Okay.
You know, and I often think to myself, man, what an idyllic time to live in the what do you call it, in the history of the United States. It just, everything just seemed so much cooler back then. I wish I could time travel back. And it's that particular movie where I'm like, I don't think I would be Marty McFly. I think I would be more like, you know, the you know, Goldie Wilson cleaning up at the diner. You know what I mean?
Right. Yes. Yeah,
And
agreed. Back then, someone like you or myself were to show up in the 1950s suburban America.
Yeah.
I think people are going to look at us sideways.
Yeah, for sure. We would get more than our fair share of harassment in school, I suspect.
I suspect this as well.
Yeah. I remember my very good friend Sam Liu said this is when he was growing up in the state of Mississippi, going to, I think, grade school. He was saying he would get in a fight at school almost every day. Every day he would get in a fight at school. Just because of who he was, you know. He could count on 2 fingers, I think he said, of Asians that he knew going to that same school. And yet, Sam found a way to overcome. And that's the thing that I think he takes a lot of pride in. You know? Even after all of that, he still managed to become, you know, one of the most celebrated directors in animation, in the animation industry, right? So I always think of it as like, well, under that circumstance, if he can do it, I think it's these days significantly more easy to do it, or at least it's at least approachable, you know?
Right.
More approachable than it was ever in the Marty McFly days of Hill Valley, right?
I think Bernard Chang has got a similar story where his family was horribly harassed.
He mentioned it on stream once, right?
Yeah, I think his family were fearing for their lives because they were almost run off the road just for being Asian. So, yeah. Times have changed. But yeah, you know what? If guys like Bernard Chang and Sam Liu can rise above that kind of discrimination, yeah, man. Hey, Pink, how are you doing? How are you feeling?
Because I don't think there was any rising above in the 1950s, yo.
No. Well, no, I don't think there was a place to rise to. Where you going?
Right.
Just chilling. Well, you're welcome to chill with us.
I might need to excuse myself in about 5 minutes here, Mike.
Well, sure, it's going to be about that time.
Mm-hmm.
Duty
I
calls.
get the extra hour just to unwind. I choose to spend it here, and
It's only exacerbated your stress.
it has only added to my high blood pressure. I gotta be honest with you.
We got to get you on a Lipitor, baby.
What's Lipitor?
Lipitor is a blood thinner for people with high cholesterol, and you know.
I'm into it. I don't even need it, and I want it.
You know, dude, my dad's been on blood thinners for, probably the past 20 years. My father-in-law, too, also.
Yeah.
Blood thinners.
Yeah.
He's got a pacemaker.
Yeah.
My dad has stents in his heart. I think it's a combination of poor genetics and bad life choices.
Hard living, you mean?
Yeah, no, well, the both of them are former smokers, which is always crap. But listen, plenty of non-smoking boozers end up on blood thinners because, well, them's the breaks, unfortunately, for some. I'm healing a little bit better than I thought, so I'm feeling pretty good. Are you bedridden? Can you move around, Pink?
Wait, what's the situation with Pink? What's going on?
She has C-section.
Right.
She's C-section and like crazy.
What does that mean?
Oh, she can walk around.
Good. I still don't know what C-sectioning like crazy means.
We'll never know. The wound is already closed up too. Wow, that's fast.
Hey, that's great.
You're like a Wolverine. Just waiting for the bruising to go away. Oh yeah. Well, you know what?
And I never thought about this, but somebody mentioned to me in high detail their experience with a C-section from the curtain's perspective, from the other side of the curtain's perspective, from the father's perspective.
Yes.
You don't realize that they have to move stomach muscle
out of the way, right?
Right.
Yep.
And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Like, yep. And then they've got to put all that back in again.
Fuck
and you
that.
never, I don't know about you, but I never thought about that, right?
No, I didn't think about that. Somebody told me that. I think it was my woman told me what they do during that procedure. And
jeez Louise.
Yeah, no, actually, you could screw your muscles up because they literally they cut those bad boys open. Yeah, it all sounded very nightmarish to me. And I thought, hey, how about what about going back to the days where you stay out of the delivery room? What about cigars in the waiting room? How about that?
Right.
That sounds pretty ideal to me.
When did it become not the tradition? When did it become almost the opposite, where it's almost expected as the father for you to be in there?
I don't know, but I don't like it. I don't have any children, but the
idea of it.
Yeah, the idea of
is
it. No,
offensive
thank
to
you.
you.
I don't not a fan. Cigars in the waiting room for me, Your Honor.
So note to self, don't invite Mike to a C-section party.
Yeah. They use a special dressing to make the incision close faster. They disembowel you to get the baby out.
Yeah.
I had emergency C-section, so I saw everything. They slice through your core muscle. I didn't let anyone in there with me. Yeah,
wow.
Well, that's cool.
Admiration is high.
Good for you. You're like, yeah, you ain't getting in here. This is VIP.
I was at the I was present for the birth of both of my children, and my wife did it naturally.
Right, right, right.
And I was present for any and all of that, and I have never. I mean, I've admired her since day one, but I've never looked upon her in that level of admiration, almost like to the superhero version, you know.
Sure. Yeah. Listen,
Than I had after.
I can't
She won't do
fucking
that.
imagine. That is. Not me though, dude. Pump me up full of drugs, black me out, fucking toss me that fucking thing, suck on my titty after the fact. Don't want any of that, man. I'd be to easy mode. Be how I'd roll. My first two were natural. I prefer the healing from that to this for sure.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's an emergency C-section, right? It wasn't
Correct.
like it was part of your birth plan probably, but some complication arose and off you went. The fact that we have the technology to be able to do that and keep you safe, potentially keep the baby safe, I think that's pretty amazing, you know?
Yeah, no, that's pretty dope.
Whereas before it would be 100% catastrophic to both child and baby.
Right. 100%. Good luck. Good luck in there.
There's a couple times when we went to these natural birthing classes way back when we were still in LA. And we would hear, obviously, they would want to prepare you for the unlikely, the worst case / unlikely scenarios. But I would hear of, I've forgotten the term where the baby would start to be delivered and they're sort of like sideways.
Oh, sure.
Right. And, I mean, you're leading into the actual day of birth, or, there's things that you can do to help the little kid turn around. But man, on day of, if they're sideways trying to go down that canal, those are the days when you go, I am so glad that we have the alternative that is an emergency C-section.
Right.
Because if that happened back in the ye olden days, right, that's game over.
Yeah. No, I mean, for one of them, certainly. Yeah, that's pretty nightmarish,
to say the least. Yeah, now in contrast to what my wife went through, which is candidly was pretty painful, right? I've seen video of like women just breathing out children. You know what I mean? Where they just kind of like walk back and forth in their kitchen or wherever it was that they do it at home. They're just kind of like walking back and forth near the birthing pool, and they had their midwife there, and next thing you know, they were just like, and out it came. I was like, oh my gosh.
easy peasy.
Easy peasy. Respect to you, lady. I'm gonna show you the design. I'm gonna excuse myself, but on my way, I'm gonna show you the design for this character, so we can both get a laugh together. Put it in Slud Gang so the other guys can get a good laugh.
Oh, that's awesome. It's ridiculously awesome.
Isn't that ridiculous? Awesome?
Yeah. That looks like BDSM Count Chocula.
Exactly.
I love it. Oh,
It really is my my sort of tip of the hat to Morbius the Vampire, right?
Mm. Oh, it's fun. Fuck. That's good.
All right, I'm gonna go.
All right,
Have a
buddy.
good afternoon, evening.
Later,
Thanks, man.
buddy.
I'll talk to you later.
Talk to you
Bye-bye.
later. All right, let's finish this up. Taking my sweet time on this one. Been feeling a little rusty lately. Not quite sure why. BDSM Count Chocula, so many images come to my brain. Well, I would say, well, Eric laughed and he didn't disagree, so imagine that I can only imagine that my description was appropriate. Oh, wow. All right. Don't mind me if I get quiet. It's just because I'm staying focused. I need to draw. I haven't touched my sketchbook in over a month. Well, you've been busy. Lots of other things on your plate, demanding your immediate attention. So, I understand why your sketchbook time has lapsed. Some, it's to be expected. Let's see. Yeah, but I had time. I really did. I just been slacking. Well, you would know if you've been slacking. So I guess it's just a matter of how much you want to push yourself. I wonder if I should add any kind of background behind her. I wonder. I need to push myself, especially since I found a group of people who actually pay for art. So if I want to do something with my art, I should get on the ball and not miss the opportunity. Yeah, absolutely. That's, I mean, if that's something you want to do, you know, it's fine if that's not something you want to do also. You know, I've been thinking recently, what and where I want to take my own art.
Mia.
Hey, Tulip.
Mia.
And I'm not sure where. No furry art here. You know, I wonder if I know any artists who do furry art.
Oh, he's adorable. Oh.
Yeah, I wonder if I know any artists who do furry art, but like discreetly. So like, I don't have any interest in furry art, obviously. Not that I wouldn't take on a commission or two if the money were right, because what the hell do I give a shit? I suppose some artists would worry about the stigma, because it might look bad to some people, right? If you're doing I guess furry commissions. But at the end of the day, if you're comfortable with it, who gives a shit? I have a friend who draws for extra cash. I just can't get behind it. It's not my thing. It's not my thing either. But it's not my thing in that I don't feel strongly, I don't feel anything towards furries or furry art. I'm completely neutral when it comes down to it. It falls under the category of do whatever the fuck you want to do. Leave me alone. So yeah, I suppose if some furries were looking to pay yours truly to make some art for the right price, what the hell what do I care? I have no issues drawing scantily clad, big thigh women, but I draw the line at furry. I draw the line at illegal. Yes, nothing illegal for me, please. But anything aside from that, so no drawings of doing lines off of big booty. I mean, you said no illegal stuff, so I just want to be clear. I wonder illegal drug use. Maybe not. Maybe actually, yeah, maybe not. It would definitely be something I consider. Because I guess in that case it's context, right? But generally, no. Generally, no. If it's in a comic book or something like that, maybe yes. You know, the other question is, well, how illegal? Right? Because what's illegal here might be legal in Amsterdam, let's say. My mom goes to Amsterdam once a year, and I know she goes to get fucked up. I've seen her Facebook posts while she's there. Oh, damn. Yo, good for your mom. That's awesome. Neither one of my parents are neither one of my parents are that cool or fun. Alright. Last layer. Home stretch. So what I like to do for the last layer, sometimes this isn't necessary, but I like to do this just to be sure. The last layer I use to tweak the colors, just a pinch. You know, see what happens if I make the greens greener, or remove some certain green, or add greens, or remove, you know, make things warmer or cooler, just to see how it looks. And then I do a little compare and contrast after the fact, just to see how the changes come out. I don't even know who the hell this character is. I just, it's another one of those instances where I just kept sketching. You know, I let my mind wander, and I kind of almost do an improvisational yes and. That's the road I take when sketching sometimes. I just, you know, here's the first thing, and then the second, and I just keep adding. Luna sparrows are deemed hydrate. I shall hydrate. Isn't that what art is supposed to be, though? It shapes itself in a way. Sometimes it is that. See, so this is what I mean. So, well, it's kind of hard to see. But yeah, see. So this is after tweak. This is pre-tweak. So pre-tweak. It's a little flatter, and then post color tweak. You see I've added some more pinks to it, and I think she pops a little bit more. Although the saturation, actually, I think I might like a pinch of that. So there we go. A little color correction layer. So that's what it was before. A little washed out. There, now you can see a more distinct difference in some of the colors. Good. Hello, Luna Sparrows. Welcome. Oh man, awesome. And the differences are subtle. So most people probably wouldn't even notice, but I would notice. The original colors and then the slightly modified colors. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I think I want to add just one more thing. Before I call it a day. I think I want to see if I can add some bioluminescence. I think might work. I think. You know, the thing about sketching is sometimes you have an idea in your mind's eye, in your head, you think will work. And then you try it out and it does anything but work. But it's worth a shot. Other times, if you're lucky, it works just as you planned. And then sometimes if you're really lucky, this is rare. You don't think it'll work, or you didn't expect to do a thing, and then you try it out and it works like a charm. I'm trying to give the illusion of like a perhaps lights or fireflies or something along those lines. There we go, right? See, a nice little, I actually do think that was a nice little cherry on top of this illustration. See, it's subtle. Well, ish. Man, I do wish I had a better fucking camera to capture my, cause look, this camera is so washed out and weird. And it looks nothing like what I'm seeing in front of me. I wonder. I mean, that's a little bit better, but no, it's still janky. It's still janky as hell. I'm not sure. Not sure why. Perhaps there's too much glare in the room. Oh well. We did it, gang. I will say the one on the right, although a little bit more saturated, her belt isn't. Her belt, on the one on the right, her belt isn't nearly that red. It's actually the belt or harness that she's wearing for her quill. It's way more the coloration of the one on the right side of the screen versus the one on the left. But what are you going to do? I think this is a fun little sketch. I'll be back tomorrow, you guys, to hang out some more, do some more art, shoot the shit, etc., etc. And until then, have a good night, everybody. I'm going to take off. Goodbye, Nikki. Ta-ta. I'll see you tomorrow. Look at that angry butthole emote. Or angry butthole badge.